Council members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum and sorry, we're just the controls and we are barely at quorum, so I'm going to just remind the councillors online that would be very helpful. Please note the meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and on YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated on X and on Threads at Van City Clerk. So due to new posting limits, please note that updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. All speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track the meeting progress, but please note the live stream is slightly delayed, so you can call in or arrive soon after receiving your email reminder so that you are ready when it is your name is called and it is your turn to speak. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, please note there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left in chambers. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. And if you require mobility assistance, please remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the council chamber. I want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them as always for having care for this land and look forward to continuing to work in partnership with them as we build our great city. I also want to take a moment to recognize the tremendous contributions of our City of Vancouver team who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. With that said, Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Deputy Mayor Kirby Young is in the chair. Councillor Dominato has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onwards. Councillor Fry has a leave of absence for civic business from 6 p.m. onwards. Councillor Montague? Councillor Klassen?
Present.
Councillor Meisner? Councillor Joe?
Present.
Councillor Orr? Councillor Maloney? You have quorum, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. So before we begin a few further announcements. Please note the public may speak in person or by phone, or may submit written comments to the Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once. We'll have up to 5 minutes to comment specifically on the merits of the application. And please state whether you're in support or opposition of the application and if you are a Vancouver resident. Those who are representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including yourselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. However, please note that each person being represented must confirm their name and presence either in person or by phone and cannot speak separately. Written comments can be submitted to the public hearing feedback form on the city's website. If you did pre-register the presentation, you can say next, have the clerk help and advance your slides. And a reminder to everybody at public hearings that council does act as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or the heritage application. Council members may ask clarifying questions of staff or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until after the speakers list has closed. After hearing from speakers, council may either approve the application in principle, approve the application in principle with amendments, refuse the application, or 4, refer the application to staff for further consideration. And finally, if all speakers are not heard this evening, and I will note for council that we have very, very limited reserve dates, the public hearing will recess and reconvene on June 10th at 3 p.m., which will make it not available for completing other council business that may be left over this week. Okay, so item number 1 is the 2026 Financing Growth Update, Bill 16 Compliance Update to Density Bonus Provisions and Inclusionary Zoning. Before we begin this agenda item, if anybody believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict? Okay, seeing none, we'll now ask the clerk to read the application and summary of correspondence received, please.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to amend the Zoning and Development Bylaw to comply with provincial requirements to update the city's bonus density provisions before June 30th, 2026. Amendments include removing density bonus provisions, removing heritage amenity share provisions, and adding inclusionary zoning provisions to the following districts: R11, R3, R4, R5, RT3, RT5, RT7, RT9, RT11, RM1, RM3A, RM4, RM5, RM5A, RM5B, RM5C, and RM5D, RM7 and RM7A, RM8 and RM8A, RM9 and RM9B, RM10, RM11, RM12, FSD, C3A, C5, C5A, and C6, FC2, I1, I1A, I1B, I2, I3, IC2, IC3, MC1, and MC2. To amend the regulations for lands governed by the Downtown Official Development Plan to comply with provincial requirements to update the city's bonus density provisions before June 30th, 2026. Amendments include removing density bonus provisions, removing heritage amenity share provisions, and adding inclusionary zoning provisions. In addition, amendments to density calculations are proposed to encourage new hotels to include event and guest amenity spaces. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing. 35 pieces of correspondence in support, 2 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today. Correspondence is presented as submitted and may include multiple or duplicate entries.
Great, thank you very much. I will now make my first call for speakers. Should you wish to speak to council about this item, the number to call toll-free is 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445#. Before close of the speakers list, the phone number will be posted on X and will be displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We now have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Hello.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nate Bunio, planner with the Finance and Growth Team in Planning, Design, and Sustainability. We're here to present the first of 2 reports for the 2026 Finance and Growth Update, which will update the city's development contribution tools. This report for your consideration is updates to the density bonus and inclusionary zoning tools. The report's recommendations take into account the wider financing growth update to all development contribution tools, as well as responding to recent provincial legislative requirements to amend existing density bonus zoning by June 30th, 2026. There are 3 key changes included in this report: removing all cash-only density bonus contributions, in select cases, introduce an inclusionary zoning requirement for affordable housing. And finally, for the existing in-kind affordable housing bonuses, confirm these as inclusionary zoning requirements and report back with an update on the city's inclusionary zoning framework. As staff undertake the 2026 Finance and Growth Update, there are a number of guiding principles informing the recommendations. Firstly, staff aim to strike a balance between continuing to support a number of development viability initiatives that have been approved recently and continue to support the delivery of new housing and job space, while at the same time ensuring the city is able to invest in infrastructure and amenities needed to support new development. Secondly, the city's financing growth framework should be simplified, become more predictable and transparent on how charges are set and how revenues are spent. Lastly, impacts to in-stream projects should be minimized as much as possible to avoid any increasing costs and ensure the pipeline of development continues to advance. The Financing Growth Update is a comprehensive update of all the city's development contribution tools and is being undertaken in coordination with the capital plan. And it provides a recalibrated framework that takes into account recent legislative changes, current market conditions, and investment needs. The 5 tools that are the focus of the Financing Growth Update are shown in the table on this slide. Tonight's report focuses on inclusionary zoning and density bonusing, shown in green. Inclusionary zoning is a new tool introduced by the province that allows cities to require a portion of affordable housing to be included in the development, including a portion or a percentage of social housing or a percentage of below market rents. Density bonus zoning allows additional development opportunities in exchange for providing affordable housing or a specified amenity. Both inclusionary zoning and density bonusing are included within a zoning district. Staff are bringing updates to density bonus zoning and inclusionary zoning in an early report, as the province is requiring cities to amend existing density bonus zoning by June 30th. Staff will be bringing another report on July 28th in tandem with the 4-year capital plan, which will update the remaining tools. These include updating development cost levies and introducing amenity cost charges, or ACCs. ACCs will operate very similarly to DCLs, with a key difference in what types of assets it's eligible to fund. The community amenity contribution policy that applies to rezonings will also be updated as part of the July 28th report. As part of Bill 16 approved by the province in 2024, there were key changes to how cities can use density bonus zoning. Firstly, density bonus contributions must be based on an in-kind offering, or in other words, an amenity or affordable housing provided on site. Instead of delivering an in-kind offering, cities can include a cash in lieu option. However, cities can no longer use density bonusing as cash-only charges. Secondly, density bonus zoning cannot be used within the minimum transit-oriented area densities, which are the first 3 to 5 FSR, depending how close you are to a transit station. Bill 16 also introduced a new tool called inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is exclusively an affordable housing tool. Cities can require a portion of affordable housing to be built as part of a development. Cities can choose the type of affordable housing, including a proportion of social housing, below-market rental units, or affordable home ownership. Similar to density bonusing, inclusionary zoning must be based on an in-kind offering, but can also include a cash-in-lieu option. A key difference between inclusionary zoning and density bonusing is that inclusionary zoning can be used within the minimum transit-oriented area densities, making it a more permissible tool. Bill 16 requires that cities amend their existing density bonus zoning tools to align with the new legislative requirements by June 30th, 2026, which again is the purpose of this report. As staff considered updates to density bonus contributions and inclusionary zoning, there are a number of factors that were considered. Challenging market conditions, including high costs and low demand, are impacting development viability across the city, and the city continues to explore ways to continue to support development viability. The province has amended and introduced a number of development contribution tools, which will change Vancouver's financing growth framework. There's a focus on investments in core infrastructure and facilities, seeking to advance the council directions on the upcoming capital plan. And finally, the financial feasibility analysis, which informs the recommendations found that most development could not support the existing density bonus contribution, particularly when considering the proposed amenity cost charge that would come into effect later this fall if approved. In 3 zones, it was found that development could support a new inclusionary zoning requirement. However, it's important to note that most of these new inclusionary zoning requirements result in lower contributions compared to the current density bonus contribution, which again reflects current market conditions. Okay, so the first key change in this report features the city proposing to remove all cash-only density bonus contributions. Again, as per the new legislation, the city cannot use cash-only density bonus contributions. Most of the city's existing density bonus contributions are nominal rates applied to lower density forms, such as multiplex and townhouse forms of development, making it very difficult to secure any type of in-kind offering. The testing shows most zones can't support additional contribution beyond the proposed DCL and ACC, and therefore the density bonus will be removed while still allowing additional development opportunities. Heritage amenity shares, which are offered in select areas, is a form of cash-only density bonusing, which is no longer allowed and therefore recommended to be removed. However, it's important to note that the other heritage funding tools and incentives remain unaffected. The second key change is to transition the previous density bonus contribution to an inclusionary zoning requirement in 3 zones. Inclusionary zoning was seen as the ideal tool for these areas as the city could secure a portion of the floor area as social housing. Additionally, these zones overlap with transit-oriented areas, which restricts the use of density bonusing, but allows inclusionary zoning. The in-kind social housing requirements range from 5% of the floor area in multiplex developments, 8% in townhouse developments, and 10% in the FC2E zone, which is a block in False Creek Flats area. A cash-in-lieu option is being provided in all 3 of these zones, which is based on the capital cost of providing the social housing component. When this capital cost is applied to the total FSR, it works out to $27.50 per square foot for multiplex developments, $44 a square foot for townhouse developments, and $60 a square foot for the FC2E zone. We do expect most applicants, while having the option of the in-kind, will pursue the cash contribution. Important to note that for multiplex developments, the inclusionary zoning requirement only applies to large lots, so those above 6,700 square feet on the west side of Vancouver. By limiting this to large west side lots, 90% of multiplex lots will not be subject to the inclusionary zoning requirement. Similarly, for townhouse developments in the RM8A zone, the inclusionary requirement will only apply to large lots on the west side of Vancouver, and it only applies to single lot developments. If there's assembly of 2 or more lots, the inclusion requirement does not apply, as the testing revealed that with the additional land acquisition costs involved, an inclusionary requirement is not supportable. So this would result in 75% of townhouse lots not subject to inclusionary zoning. In most cases, the new inclusionary zoning requirement that is applicable is less than the existing density bonus contribution. Finally, the last key change is to transition existing in-kind housing density bonuses to the new inclusionary zoning tool to align with legislation. A number of these existing in-kind housing density bonuses can be found in the West End and downtown areas, and many are geared towards nonprofit-led developments. The first phase is to comply with the provincial legislation to remove the density bonus construct and replace with an inclusionary zoning requirement. The second phase will explore changes to support development viability as a part of a wider inclusionary zoning framework review with a report back in fall 2027. In regards to in-stream rate protection, the changes are envisioned to be effective June 30th, 2026 to align with provincial legislation. In-stream applications that get their building permit issued after June 30th will no longer be subject to the existing density bonus contribution and will be protected against the new inclusionary zoning requirements. Only new applications submitted after June 30th, 2026 will be subject to the new inclusionary zoning requirement if it meets the applicable criteria. Staff provided notification of these changes through industry stakeholder groups, website updates, as well as notifying all in-stream development permit and building permit applicants that are currently subject to the existing bonusing contribution. So in summary, this is the first of 2 financing growth update reports to update density bonus contributions and inclusionary zoning to align with the provincial legislative requirements. The key changes include removing all cash-only density bonus contributions, introducing an inclusionary zoning requirement in 3 zones, and transition in-kind housing bonuses to the new inclusionary zoning tool, with a future report back on the city's inclusionary zoning framework. So you'll note that these changes are meant to meet the June 30th deadline, and therefore it is on the June 3rd standing committee agenda tomorrow if approved. If approved here in tonight's public hearing. In whole, the city is significantly reducing density bonus charges across the city, which will pave the way for other tools to be established, such as the ACC, while also reducing overall development contributions for most development. Further updates to the DCL, ACC, and CAC tools will be brought forward for council consideration on July 28th. So before I wrap up the presentation, there are a couple minor errors within the body of the council report that I'd like to bring your attention to. Table 1 on page 7 should also include the I1 and IC2 density bonus zones found in the Broadway plan, found in the employment zones, which is also recommended to be removed. Also on page 11, when referring to the recommendation to convert the existing 15% density increase to a 20% density exclusion for hotels, hotel amenity space in the downtown district, it should refer to recommendation B sub III instead of recommendation C sub II. So that concludes the presentation. Staff are available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that from staff, and also noting that the applicant for this item is the GM of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. So does the applicant have any further comments?
No.
No, at this time? Okay. Okay, council, are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant? Yes, council, or please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Already answered a lot of my questions in terms of, mainly this is just to sort of align with the province, right? So just noting that there is a lot of interest in this item today, but basically this will mean that we will be sort of replacing the voluntary negotiation process to more of a mandated upfront requirement for developers to include affordable housing in new market developments. Is that accurate?
In this report, it's more talking about switching the density bonus tool to the inclusionary zoning tool, but in the July 28th report, we'll also amend the CAC policy as well.
Thanks. I think just in general, I mean, people would want to know if this will increase the amount of below market housing generally.
Yeah, there are three new inclusionary zones, both in-kind and cash contributions that would be dedicated to affordable housing.
And so, yeah, so that was my next question. For the cash in lieu option, that is strictly for affordable housing. So this is a good thing. For the deadline, I noticed there's the hard deadline. How much of what's in this package is sort of strictly required by the province, and how much sort of is the city adding kind of on its own initiative?
Yeah, I'd say there's kind of two key drivers. One is the provincial requirements, which do restrict the use of density bonus zoning for cities going forward, but it is wrapped up. I know it's separated into two reports, but the wider financing growth framework, we did consider changes to all five of those tools that were shown on the slide before. So it is taking into account the changes across all the tools together.
Okay, and so for density bonuses and heritage amenity shares, what just can you remind for people what community benefits do they currently generate, and what how much will inclusionary zoning sort of replace them at an equivalent kind of value, or more or greater value?
Yeah, so density bonusing can be used for a wide variety of things. It can be used for a wide range of amenities, but also affordable housing. Heritage Amenity Shares is a cash contribution specifically for heritage, but going forward, these will be replaced by the amenity cost charge tool going forward, as well as inclusionary zoning replacing density bonusing together. So yeah, in terms of the value, I think we expect the density bonusing revenue to be fully replaced by the ACCs and inclusionary zoning going forward.
Okay, and then I guess sort of what percentage of units, you said this isn't applicable sort of across the city. There's a, not every sort of multiplex or townhome will have to do this, but um, what are we sort of expecting the uptake to be in terms? You said more people will choose the cash in lieu, but I'm just thinking in terms roughly of the uptake of how many sort of affordable units we'll get out of this.
Yeah, in terms of these specific changes of the three inclusionary zones, we do expect most applicants will choose the cash contribution. The range of development or the revenue coming from that will vary depending year by year on applicant volumes. Yeah, I don't think we would expect a lot of in-kind social housing, particularly for the multiplex.
And then, yeah, my last question, and I assume maybe some of the speakers might be here for this, but the hotel amenity bonus amendment adds a 20% floor area exclusion for hotel amenity spaces in the downtown. Is this part of Bill 16? Can you explain how this kind of fits into this? This seems kind of like not part of Bill 16. It seems like an extra to me.
Yeah, I'll let Sean Martinez answer that question.
Thank you, Councillor Sean Martinez and the Employment Lands team. It is not directly required by Bill 16. We found that it was well aligned with regards to this report to have it done as the ODP, the downtown ODP was going to be amended. It was roughly aligned. The current, there was an existing 15% extra density already provided for hotels in that regard, so it made sense for us to included in this report to add that for incentivizing event spaces in the downtown core.
Okay, thanks. That's pretty much my time. So,
Great. Thanks very much. Councillor Maloney.
Can you just explain to me what's the difference between the cash only charge and the cash in lieu option, and why is the provincial legislation requiring this change? Like, what public benefit does it bring?
Yeah, I don't know if I can fully speak for the province, but I think the cash-only contribution is referring to the cash-only density bonus tool. So with the provincial changes, that is now required to have an in-kind offering attached to any density bonus contribution. Cities can have a cash in lieu in lieu of that in-kind, but it must be centered around an in-kind offering. The inclusionary zoning is similar. It has to have an in-kind affordable housing opportunity, and it could have a cash in lieu option attached to it. The inclusionary zoning cash in lieu contribution, or inclusionary zoning in general, is a bit more amenable to this update because you can tailor the amount of affordable housing required. When you think about an amenity, in-kind amenities such as childcare, you can't really scale a childcare as much as you can a percentage of affordable floor space. So that's kind of the key differences there.
So it kind of just gives us extra options.
Correct, yeah.
I think a lot of the public interest in this does stem from Councillor Orr mentioned the inclusion of the hotel amenity bonus provision. So I'm just going to ask some questions about that in anticipation of what public speakers are going to want to talk about. So and this is a hotel question in case you just want to pop up. So I guess it's been put to me that there are objections that it's an unrelated incentive to downtown hotel developers that allows them to increase the density bonus for amenities, commercial amenity spaces such as pools, gyms, business centres. Can you talk about why this is felt to be required?
So currently there is an existing 15%
Yeah.
already extra density that is provided. We are swapping that into an exclusion, which is more aligned with the way that we would want to incentivize these types of spaces at the downtown. This exclusion is only limited to a very small portion of the core of downtown. As it says in the recommendations, it only applies to subarea A, B, C1, C3, F, O, and certain portions of G. These are the exact same areas where the extra density was applied previously. So this is essentially a direct transfer of that, and the only increase is 5%. So from 15 to 20%. And this is to essentially with our engagement in the hotel development task force as well as the industry. It has been clear to us that the extra incentive was required in order to provide more of these types of event spaces that the city is needing in order to be able to be competitive within the event market, which we compete with other major cities on.
So what you're saying is that it changes the form of the incentive and only adds 5% to the incentive.
Correct. And it also better aligns it with the other incentives that we have currently in the downtown ODP.
And so it's not about whether we need more hotel rooms as such, but rather these amenity spaces, these function spaces.
Correct. This is a direct incentive for the event spaces, not for hotel viability.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no other councillors on the queue for questions, I will now make my second call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call. The number again is 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445# before close of the speakers list. The phone number will be displayed during the recess. We will now proceed to hear from the public. Any speakers that are in the council chambers can now come forward to the podium when it is your turn. Noting the podium height can be adjusted using the controls on the right-hand side. And if you are phoning in, those speakers will be unmuted when it is your turn to speak. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes to make comments and should limit your comments, please, to the merits of the report being considered. Our first registered speaker this evening is speaker number 1, Michelle Travis. Good evening. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Travis, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and a representative of Unite Here Local 40. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed downtown ODP amendment regarding the hotel amenity bonus provisions contained in this report on Bill 16 compliance. Well, this is presented primarily as a technical response to the provincial Bill 16 requirements related to inclusionary zoning and the housing-related density bonusing. The hotel ODP amendment is quite different. They created a significant new incentive for hotel development that is neither required by provincial legislation nor supported by any evidence in the report. Staff are proposing to replace the existing hotel density bonus with a new exclusion that would allow up to 20% additional floor area for hotel amenity, conference, and event space. Our concern is that council is being asked to approve this development incentive without sufficient evidence that it's needed, without a clear understanding of its value, and without meaningful accountability for the public benefits that will be reduced as a result. The report does not demonstrate that hotels are currently unable to provide conference space or guest amenities under existing zoning rules. It does not identify hotel projects that failed because of current floor area limits. And it doesn't explain why a 20% exclusion is the appropriate solution. Instead, council is being asked to accept the assumption that more hotel development incentives will produce better outcomes. There's no meaningful analysis demonstrating that the incentive is necessary. Staff rely on financial feasibility analysis when discussing other development regulations and contribution programs. Economic testing is repeatedly cited as a basis for major policy decisions. Yet there's no comparable analysis presented for this hotel incentive proposal. Council is not told the financial value of the exclusion or how many projects are expected to benefit, or whether the projects require the incentive in order to proceed. Those are important questions. Moving from a 15% exclusion to a 20% floor area exclusion is not minor. In the downtown core, additional floor area has substantial value. Before granting the value, council should understand the cost and the expected return. Furthermore, the claimed public benefits are largely speculative. The report refers to economic development opportunities, but it does not quantify them. This risks becoming a loophole that allows substantially larger hotel developments while reducing the value captured for the public. Thanks to, in addition to the city's hotel policy last year, floor space for these amenities are exempt from the calculation of community amenity benefits. That means hotel developers will be allowed to build larger without a comparable return in public benefits. Perhaps most concerning is the process itself. Staff acknowledge that this hotel proposal originates from separate council direction arising from the Hotel Development Policy Review. It is not required by Bill 16. Yet it's been folded into a large, highly technical compliance package dealing with provincial legislative changes to housing bylaws. A major policy change that provides new incentive to hotel developers deserves its own public discussion, its own economic analysis, and its own transparent evaluation of costs and benefits. For all these reasons, I urge council to defer or remove the proposed hotel amenity exclusion and require staff to return with a separate report that clearly demonstrates the need for the incentive, the value it grants, the public benefits expected in return, and the safeguards necessary to protect the public interest. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker number 2 is Stanley Lee. My phone.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and council, well, whoever's in the chamber and online anyway, I'm actually surprised that there is a public hearing, even especially given the ODP already. Although I suppose the applicant, because of how the financial situation is unfolding, I guess they're not making enough money for the existing zoning to proceed. Therefore, they need to ask for more bonuses. But I think I really like the previous speakers. I really like how the previous speakers articulation of a lot of the concerns that I probably won't bother repeating. But it's worth mentioning that the provincial legislation isn't asking for whatever's being discussed here. I think there's a lot more bonuses on the table without a fair assessment of, or without a fair balanced assessment of the costs and benefits to all parties versus certain parties. So I am concerned about the unintended or the intended consequences of the follow-on effects of further reckless blanket upzoning, way more than necessary. And I suppose you guys are working hard to get as many of these through as possible before most of you are getting fired in the next election. And
Stanley, Can I
And
ask you to please focus your comments on the specifics of the application and not political
I am.
commentary? Thank
I'm
you.
almost done anyway. So, but I'm basically shocked that you guys are still having public hearings, even though you're trying to cancel most public hearings. But have a nice day and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 3 is Steve Cashmore.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Steve. Go ahead, please.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Cashmore, and I work in the Vancouver hotel industry. I'm also a resident of Vancouver. I'm here because I'm concerned about a proposal that has been inserted into a report that is supposed to be implementing Bill 16. Bill 16 was introduced by the province to help speed up housing development and support housing affordability. But buried in the city's referral report is a proposal that has nothing to do with housing. Staff are proposing to increase the hotel amenities from 15 to 20% and apply it to guest and event spaces in downtown Vancouver. I don't believe that belongs in the Bill 16 compliance report. The report makes it clear that the purpose of this amendment is to comply with provincial legislation regarding changes to density bonus provisions and inclusionary zoning rules. Yet one of the major amendments is before council is a new incentive for hotels. The hotel and tourism sector is an important part of our local economy. I work in a hotel, but this public hearing is supposed to be about implementing provincial housing legislation, not creating new developments for completely different land use. If council wants to debate new hotel incentives, that should happen through a separate process with its own analysis, consultation, and public discussion. Instead, this proposal has been folded into a report whose primary purpose is housing policy. But there is no corresponding requirement for affordable housing, no requirement for community facilities, no requirement for public amenities, no requirement for worker protections, no requirement for affordability benefits. As a hotel worker, I find that difficult to justify. Many people who work in hotels cannot afford to live where they work. Many commute long distances because housing costs are so high. When the government provides incentives to development, the public should expect something meaningful in return. The principle seems to be missing here. I ask council to remove the hotel incentive from Bill 16 implementation package and bring it back separately if you wish to consider it. At the moment, do not approve an increase in hotel inclusion unless there's a clear and measurable public benefit attached. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 4, Michaela Ann Smith.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay, Speaker 5, Elfina Lambertus.
Hello.
Is that Elfina?
Hi.
Hi, Elfina.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alfina Lambertus, and I live and work in Vancouver. I want to begin by saying that I support tourism. My livelihood depends on it. But supporting hotels is not the same thing as supporting every request that comes from the hotel industry. As a hotel worker, I find it difficult to understand why council is considering new incentives for the hotel developer at a time when many workers are struggling with the cost of living. Many people who work in the hotel cannot afford to live close to their job. Many are renters who have watched housing costs rise year after year. Many are spending more and more time commuting because living in Vancouver has become unaffordable. Some workers have left the city altogether. Those are the real challenge facing worker people today. This is why I find it troubling that this proposal appears in a report that is supposed to be about Bill 16. Bill 16 was introduced by the province to help address housing challenges. Yet, between this report is a proposal that will increase a hotel floor area exclusion to 20% for guest amenity and event space. The report described those are conform facility, event space, and guest amenity. Let's be honest about what those spaces are. There are amenities that help hotels attract guests and generate review. There is nothing wrong with that. But there are commercial amenities. There are not public amenities. But most residents of Vancouver will never use those spaces. So the question becomes, why should they receive additional development incentives? New development should contribute towards the broad public interest. This is why density bonusing has traditionally been linked to affordable housing community amenity. The idea is straightforward. When a developer receives additional value, the public should receive something meaningful in return. This proposal breaks the connection. The public benefit is unclear. The private benefit is obvious. As a hotel worker, we want thriving communities. We want workers to be able to afford housing and family to be able to stay in Vancouver. And we want growth to contribute towards those goals. It should be not come at expenses of public benefit. Council has opportunity tonight to keep the focus where it belongs: affordability, housing, and the public interest. I respectful as you to remove this hotel amended from the bylaw package. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 6, Betty Kilban. Kilban? By phone? Do we have Betty?
Just checking the line, Chair. Speaker 6 is not on the line.
Okay, we'll go to Speaker 7, Glenda Mihalatos.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 8, Carmelita Galopin.
Hi.
Hi, Carmelita. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi. My name is Carmelita Galapin. I work in hotel in Vancouver, but I live in Coquitlam. I am speaking tonight because I think my situation say a lot about the challenge facing workers in this region and why I am concerned about the proposal before you. Like many hospitality workers, I would love to live closer where I work. It would mean less time commuting and more time with my family. It would mean lower transportation costs and would allow me to live closer to downtown hotel I work in. But I, like many workers, simply cannot afford to live in Vancouver. Housing costs push me farther and farther away from my workplace. Today, I travel from Coquitlam into Vancouver to help support an industry that depends on thousands of workers just like me. Every day, hotel workers clean rooms, prepare food, serve guests, maintain facilities, work from this, provide security, and help visitors enjoy everything Vancouver has to offer. But increasingly, the people who make Vancouver work cannot afford to live in Vancouver. That is the reality behind all the statistics and policy reports. The city say these bylaw changes are needed because of Bill 16 and change to provincial housing registration. Housing is the challenge of keeping people in our community and the reason we are here. Yet, one of the proposals being considered would increase the floor area exclusion for hotel amenities from 15% to 20%. The report says this is intended to encourage larger event space and guest amenities. As someone who works in hotels, I understand why hotel owners would want that. Bigger conference facilities can attract more events. More amenities can attract more guests. Those things may help hotel business. But I struggle to understand how they help workers who can't afford to live near their job. I struggle to understand how they help young families trying to remain in the city. The reality is that hospitality workers are living the affordability crisis every day. Many of us would love the opportunity to live closer to our job is more affordable housing expected. That is why it feels wrong to be discussing additional incentive for hotel developments without discussing with benefits they will deliver back to the community. If developer receive additional value, the public should receive something meaningful in return. What concerns me about this proposal is that the benefits appear to flow primarily in one direction, and I don't think those answers should be hidden within a technical report about housing legislation. Where there are policy choices to be made, I hope council choose housing affordability and community benefit over additional incentive in commercial developments. I urge you to remove this hotel amenities exclusion from bylaw package and keep the focus on housing affordability and needs of the people who make this city work every day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carmelita. Speaker number 9 is Jonathan Narisma. So, Jonathan.
Speaker 9 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 11, Sumin Choi.
Hello?
Hi, Sumin. Can you advise, are you a resident of Vancouver or not?
Oh, yeah. Can I talk now?
Yes, I just need to note for the record if you are or are not a resident of Vancouver.
Oh, I'm living in Burnaby now.
You're in Burnaby. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. You can go and speak when you're ready.
Okay. Hello. Good evening, Major and Council. Thank you for letting me to speak today. My name is Sue, and I'm living in Burnaby. I am worker and a resident in this area. I'm speaking today because I strongly oppose this new proposal. Right now, housing costs are too high for everyone, and it is a major challenge in our daily lives. I understand that the city needs to change its rules to follow the new province laws. However, I am concerned that this report goes further than necessary. It includes extra benefit for big hotel developers. At the same time, many regular residents are struggling every day with high rent and rising cost of living. In the past, Vancouver used developed to help the public. It helped build important assets like park, children care space. These investments make our neighborhood good place to live for everyone. But this new plan with this system, it reduces public benefit and give more help to private hotel business instead. This issue is very important to me because I came to Canada from South Korea on a working holiday visa. Like many other young people, I came here to experience Canada's environment, meet new people, and learn the culture. However, since I arrived, housing has been my biggest challenge. Finding a place to live was difficult and the rent is very high. Even though I work hard full-time, rent takes away most of my monthly income. After paying my rent, I have very little money left for daily expense or saving. Even though I work hard full-time, this financial pressure makes me difficult to plan for my future or feel stable here instead of fully investing in local life. I have to focus heavily on housing costs. I see many of my friends and coworkers experiencing the exact same situation. They work hard every day, but high rent is constantly worry. Some of them have to move far away to find cheaper housing, resulting in long commutes. Others chose to leave Canada completely because they could no longer afford the cost of living. It is unfortunately to see hardworking young people leave this city. We are losing talent because of the housing crisis. When the regular residents and young workers are facing these challenges, the council should not prioritize private hotels. So I want to ask the council three important questions. First, why are these hotel benefits included in this plan? Second, what clear benefit to regular residents get from this report? Third, how does this help renters young people to want to stay in this city? Growth should benefit the ordinary people who live in the work here, not just the developers. I ask the council to remove this hotel benefit. Please focus on protecting public benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 12, Hao Nguyen. Nguyen?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, Hao. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but I'm a student here.
Okay, no problem. Please go ahead and make your comments.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Hao, and I'm a student in Vancouver. I'm speaking today because I am concerned about the direction this proposal could take Vancouver at a time when affordability remains a pressing issue for many residents. The fact is, many Vancouver residents right now are still struggling with rising housing costs and financial pressures. Developers are being allowed to build larger projects while the public receives fewer benefits in return. For many years, Vancouver has used development approvals to secure valuable community benefits, including childcare spaces, parks, community facilities, affordable housing, and heritage preservation. These investments help ensure that growth strengthens our neighborhoods and improves quality of life for our residents. However, this proposal appears to weaken the city's ability to secure those benefits while providing additional incentives for private hotel developments. I am a student who is trying to build a future here in Vancouver. I love this city, and over the years, I have built friendships and a sense of belonging here. However, the cost of housing makes it increasingly difficult to imagine being able to remain in the city after graduation. And many people my age share the same concern. Our conversations about future careers often revolve around whether we can afford to live in the city, whether we will have to leave the city altogether. Some already face long commutes because housing closer to school or work is simply unaffordable, and others assume that owning a home or even renting independently will remain out of reach for the foreseeable future. I worry about what this means not only for my generation but for Vancouver as a whole. When young people who study, work, and contribute here are forced to leave because they cannot afford to stay, the city loses future workers, professionals, volunteers, and community members. It becomes harder to build diverse and resilient neighborhoods when the people who want to live here cannot do so. And that is why I believe decisions about land use and development should prioritize housing affordability and long-term public benefits. Growth should help create a city where people can continue to live, work, and participate in their communities rather than one where opportunities are increasingly reserved for only those who can afford to live here. At a time where many residents are struggling with housing affordability, childcare shortage, and increasing pressure on public services, I do not believe the council should be prioritizing additional incentives for private hotel development. My understanding is that thousands of hotel rooms have already been approved in Vancouver, with thousands more currently proposed under development. If that is the case, I question whether further incentives are necessary and whether they serve the broader public interest. Vancouver should be guided by the needs of the people who live here, who work here, who study here, and who build their lives here, not for profit. I urge the council to remove these hotel incentives and focus on protecting the public benefits that make Vancouver a livable city. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Speaker 13, Charles Okongo Ayea. No, Charles?
Speaker 13 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 14, Kirsten LeBrun.
Speaker 14 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 15, Kira Harkins.
Hello?
Hi, Kira. Can you?
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name's Kira. I live in Mount Pleasant. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned about the direction that this proposal is taking Vancouver when affordability is in the forefront of many people's minds in the city, especially people in my generation. I understand that the city needs to update its policies to comply with provincial legislation. However, I'm concerned that this report goes beyond what's required and includes additional incentives for hotel developers, while many residents are struggling with housing costs and the rising cost of living. What concerns me the most is that developers are being allowed to build larger projects while the city may receive less in return for the public. Historically, Vancouver has used development approvals to help secure important public benefits like childcare spaces, parks, community amenities, affordable housing, and heritage preservation. Investments like these help make neighborhoods like my own livable and ensure growth benefits for everyone. This proposal appears to weaken the city's ability to secure those benefits while providing additional incentives for private hotel developments. This issue matters to me personally because I've watched Vancouver become increasingly unaffordable over the last several years. I was born here, I'm a renter, and every time my lease comes up for renewal, I worry about whether I'll still be able to afford to stay in my home. Housing costs have gone up much faster than my income, and like many people in this city, I find myself spending more and more of my paycheck just to keep a roof over my head. What frustrates me the most is I did everything I was told to do. I have a university degree, I work hard, I contribute to my community, and I want to build a future here. But despite that, it feels like it's getting more difficult every year. I've also seen the impact that this has had on the people around me. Friends of mine have left Vancouver entirely because they can't find housing that they can afford, or the housing that they can find is just not up to standard. Others have moved farther and farther away from where they work, which means spending more time commuting and less time with their families and communities. When I think about the future, I worry about what kind of city we're creating. I worry that Vancouver is becoming a place where only the wealthy can afford to stay. I worry about young people trying to start their lives here, families trying to raise children, and seniors trying to remain in the communities that they have lived here for decades. This is why I pay attention to proposals like this one. When council approves major developments, I want to see projects that meaningfully address affordability and help people stay in the city, not projects that primarily benefit those who are already doing well. I'm also trying to figure out whether I'll be able to stay in Vancouver after I graduate. I love this city and I've built a life here, but the cost of housing makes it difficult to imagine a future for myself. Many of my classmates talk about leaving because they don't think they'll ever be able to afford living independently here. Some already commute long distances because it's the only way that they can find housing that they can afford. I think about what happens when talented young people are forced to leave. We lose workers, community members, and people who want to contribute to the city. When residents are struggling with affordability, childcare shortages, and pressure on public services, I don't believe council should be prioritizing additional incentives for hotel developers. My understanding is that thousands of hotel rooms have already been approved, with thousands more in the pipeline. If that's the case, I question why further incentives are necessary. I would ask council, why are these hotel incentives being included as part of a Bill 16 compliance update? What public benefit will residents receive in exchange? How much value could be lost through reduced community contributions? How do these changes help renters, families, students, workers, and seniors? Why should private hotel amenities receive special treatment during a housing crisis? Growth should benefit people who live here, not just the people who profit from development.
I urge Council to remove these hotel incentives and focus on protecting the public benefits that make Vancouver an enjoyable and livable city. Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Speaker 16 is Nettie Yuda. Not on the line?
Just checking the line, Chair. Speaker 16 is not on the line.
16, correct?
16, correct.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker 17 is withdrawn. Speaker 18, Ziyu Zhang.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Speaker 19, Ivan Diaz.
Speaker 19 is not on the line.
Speaker 20, Esri Boehm.
Hello?
Esri, is that you?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Great, thanks. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver, please? Or not?
Yeah, I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in Sunset.
Okay, great. Please go ahead.
I'm speaking concerned about the direction this proposal takes Vancouver at a time when affordability remains one of the biggest challenges facing residents. I understand that the city needs to update its policies to comply with provincial legislation. However, I'm concerned that this report goes beyond what is required and includes additional incentives for hotel developers, while many residents are stressed housing costs and the rising cost of living. What concerns me most is that developers are being allowed to develop larger projects while the city may receive less in return from the public. Use development approvals to help secure important public benefits like childcare spaces, parks, community amenities, affordable housing, and heritage preservation. These investments help make neighborhoods livable and ensure growth benefits everyone. This proposal appears to weaken the city's ability to secure those benefits while providing additional incentives for private hotel development. This issue matters to me personally because in the 2 years since I've graduated university, I've seen my classmates get priced out of the city, whether having to move outside of Vancouver, go back home and live with their families, or even having to leave the country. I've just seen a lot of people I know leave. Basically, the only people I know who can afford to stay in the city are those like me who are able to live with their families in Vancouver. And even that isn't always a guarantee. So in my personal experience, my family rents, and last year we were in danger of being evicted. And it was a very scary and uncertain time, just not knowing what would happen if we did get evicted, if I would be able to afford to live anywhere, if we could find anywhere else affordable in this city. Just through all of these struggles and challenges, I think that having this part of the bill is just completely taking things in the wrong direction. I think that we need to focus on making Vancouver affordable for its residents and not on making things easier for hotel development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Speaker number 21, Abdurrahman Warsame.
Speaker 21 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 22, Catherine Fell.
Speaker 22 is not on the line.
Speaker 23, Reese Delios.
Hello?
Hi, is that Reese?
Yeah.
Hi, Reese. Can you advise before you start if you're a resident of Vancouver or not?
Yes, I live in the west end of Vancouver's downtown core.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, Council. My name is Reese, and I live, again, in the west end of Vancouver's downtown core. I'm speaking today because I'm greatly concerned about the direction this proposal takes Vancouver, especially at a time when affordability remains the biggest challenges facing residents. I understand that the city needs to update its policies to comply with provincial legislations. However, I am concerned that this report goes beyond what is required and includes additional incentives for hotel developers, while many residents are struggling with housing costs and the rising cost of living. What concerns me most is that developers are being allowed to build larger projects while the city may receive less in return for the public. Historically, Vancouver has used development approvals to help secure important public benefits like childcare spaces, parks, community amenities, affordable housing, and heritage preservation. These investments help make communities livable and ensure growth benefits for everyone. I'm concerned that this proposal appears to weaken the city's ability to secure those benefits while providing additional incentives for private hotel developments. This issue matters to me personally because I've watched Vancouver become increasingly unaffordable over the last several years. I'm a renter. I work as a public servant for the city of Vancouver, and every time my lease comes up for renewal, I worry about whether I'll still be able to afford to stay in my home. Housing costs have gone up much faster than my income, and like many people in the city, I find myself spending more and more of my paycheck just to keep a roof over my head. What frustrates me most is I've done everything I was told to do. I work hard. I've been making more money than I ever have been, and I contribute to my community, and I want to build a future here, especially as somebody who works with the community very closely. But despite that, it feels like getting ahead becomes more difficult every year. I've also seen the impact this has had on the people around me. Friends of mine have left Vancouver entirely because they couldn't find housing they could afford. I myself have had to leave Vancouver for a period of 3 months at a time a few years ago because I could not find housing that I could afford. Others have moved farther and farther away from where they work, which means spending more time commuting and less time with their families and communities. I myself live an hour's commute by any mode of transportation that I can access from my place of work. When I think about the future, I worry about what kind of city we're creating, and I worry that Vancouver is becoming a place where only the wealthy can afford to stay. I worry about young people trying to start their lives here and families trying to raise children and seniors trying to remain in the communities they've lived in for decades. That is why I'm paying attention to proposals like this one. When council approves major developments, I want to see projects that meaningfully address affordability and help people stay in the city, not projects that primarily benefit those who are already doing well. After sharing this, I would like to say that when residents are struggling with affordability, childcare shortages, and pressure on public services, I don't believe council should be prioritizing additional incentives for hotel developers. We are already experiencing quite a bit of pressure in the city regarding public services, and I don't think that we need to be making that worse. My understanding is that thousands of hotel rooms have already been approved, with thousands more already in the pipeline. If that's the case, I question why further incentives are necessary, and I would love to ask the council why these hotel incentives are being included as part of a Bill 16 compliance update. I'd love to echo the comments of the first speaker of this needing to be its own issue brought to council and not packed into another bill. I'd love to ask what public benefit will residents be receiving in exchange, and how much value could be lost through reduced community contributions? How do these changes help renters, families, students, workers, and seniors? And why should private hotel amenities receive special treatment during a housing crisis? Growth should be benefiting the people who live here, who work here, not just the people who profit from development, especially since so many of those people who profit from this kind of development don't actually live in the city. I urge council to remove these hotel incentives and focus instead on protecting the public benefits that make Vancouver a livable city. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reese. Speaker 24, Tori Cooper. No.
Speaker 24 is not on the line.
25, Christina Figueroa. Oh, here in person. Please go ahead, Christina.
Hi, friends. You guys look lovely. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak today. So council, I'm speaking in opposition to this item because I believe council is being asked to remove important public interest planning tools before a clear and proven replacement framework is in place. I understand that the city must respond to changes in provincial legislation. I understand that Bill 16 requires municipalities to update their density bonus provisions. However, compliance with provincial legislation does not mean council should stop asking difficult questions about the consequences of these changes. My concern is simple. Vancouver is removing tools that have historically helped secure public benefits from development, but we do not yet know whether the replacement system will deliver the same results. For decades, density bonuses have been one of the many ways that growth has helped pay for growth. When additional density was granted, the public received something in return. Those contributions have helped fund childcare facilities, community amenities, public realm improvements, cultural spaces, affordable housing, and other benefits that make Vancouver a more livable city. The principle behind these tools is straightforward. When public decisions create additional land value, the public should share in the benefits. That principle is especially important in a city like Vancouver, where development can generate enormous increases in land value. Yet today, council is being asked to remove density bonus provisions and heritage amenity share provisions across a wide range of zoning districts throughout the city. What concerns me is that the report simultaneously acknowledges that a comprehensive review of an inclusionary zoning is still needed. In other words, we are removing the old system before we fully understand what the new system will look like. That raises a number of important questions. Will the new inclusionary zoning framework deliver the same amount of affordable housing as the current system? Will it secure the same level of public amenities? Will it preserve Vancouver's ability to support childcare spaces, cultural facilities, and community infrastructure? I love the eye contact, Lucy. Thank you. I do not believe residents have received clear answers to those questions. I am also deeply concerned about the removal of heritage amenity share provisions. Vancouver has already lost too many heritage buildings and cultural spaces. Once heritage assets are demolished, they are gone forever. The city has spent years trying to balance growth and heritage preservation. Removing a tool that has helped support heritage conservation without first establishing a proven replacement strategy creates unnecessary risk. At a time when redevelopment pressures continue to increase, council should be strengthening heritage protections, not weakening them. I am also concerned about accountability and public trust. Residents are repeatedly told that growth will help pay for the services and amenities our communities need. But if the city removes the mechanisms that help secure those benefits, people are right to ask what happens next. Will future developments continue to contribute at the same level? Will the public receive equivalent benefits? Or will more of the value generated by rezoning and development remain in private hands? These are not theoretical questions. They go directly to the heart of how Vancouver manages growth. People are already struggling with affordability, community centers are stretched, childcare remains difficult to access, many neighborhoods need additional public amenities and infrastructure. This is not the moment to weaken the city's ability to secure public benefits without a clear demonstration that equal or better outcomes will be achieved, much less during a voting year. I am also troubled by the sequence of this process. The report proposes future consultation on inclusionary zoning after these changes are approved, but meaningful consultations should help shape policy before major decisions are made. Residents, community organizations, heritage advocates, housing advocates, and community and neighborhood groups deserve an opportunity to understand what is being lost, what is being gained, and what the long-term impacts may be. The public should not be asked to accept major structural changes based on promises of future policy development. The public deserves certainty. The public deserves transparency, and the public deserves evidence that the replacement framework will be at least as effective as the tools that are being removed. To be clear, I am not arguing that Vancouver should ignore provincial legislation. I am arguing that council has a responsibility to protect the public interest while implementing it. I'm running out of time. For those reasons, I urge council to delay or reject this item until a comprehensive replacement framework is completed and residents can be confident that Vancouver will not lose essential tools for securing public benefits from growth.
Thank you, Christina. Appreciate it. Speaker 26, Luis Antonio Cerveza Bojorquez.
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Okay. 27, Lisa Natalia Torres Luna.
Speaker 27 is not on the line.
28, Katie Serens.
Hello?
Hi, is that Katie?
Hi, yes.
Hi, Katie. Please go ahead.
Hi, I am a resident of Vancouver. Mayor and Council, I'm concerned that this proposal asks the public to accept significant planning changes without clear evidence that Vancouver residents will receive equivalent public benefits in return. For many years, density bonusing has allowed the city to capture some of the value created when additional development rights are granted. That value has helped fund community amenities, childcare spaces, affordable housing, public realm improvements, and other benefits that make growth more livable. This report removes these tools across a wide range of zoning districts, yet the replacement framework remains under review. Residents are being asked to trust that a future inclusionary zoning system will provide equal or better outcomes, but that evidence has not been provided. Vancouver is already experiencing a crisis of affordability, pressure on community infrastructure, and a shortage of public amenities in many neighbourhoods. This is not the moment to weaken the city's leverage without first demonstrating how those benefits will be maintained. I'm also concerned about the consultation process. The report proposes consultation on future inclusionary zoning changes after these amendments are approved. Meaningful public engagement should help shape major policy changes before decisions are made, not after. The question before Council is not whether the city must comply with provincial legislation. The question is about whether Vancouver is doing enough to protect the public interest while making these changes. I urge Council to slow down, complete the review of inclusionary zoning, and provide residents with a clear understanding of how public benefits will be protected before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 29, Gwendol Castellan.
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 30, Janet Budd.
Speaker 30 is not on the line.
31, Matthew Bradley.
Oh.
Hi, Matthew.
Hello?
Hi, Matthew. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. As I said, my name is Matthew, and I live here in Mount Pleasant. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned about the direction this proposal takes Vancouver at the time when affordability remains one of the biggest challenges facing residents. I understand that the city needs to update its policies to comply with provincial legislation. However, I am concerned that this report goes beyond what is required and includes additional incentives for hotel developers while many residents are struggling with housing costs and the rising cost of living. What concerns me most is that developers are being allowed to build larger projects while the city may receive less in return for the public. Historically, Vancouver has used development approvals to help secure important public benefits like childcare spaces, parks, community amenities, affordable housing, and heritage preservation. These investments help make neighborhoods livable and ensure growth benefits for everyone. This proposal appears to weaken the city's ability to secure those benefits while providing additional incentives for private hotel developments. This issue matters to me personally because I have watched Vancouver become increasingly unaffordable over the last several years. I am a renter, and every time my lease comes up for renewal, I worry about whether I'll still be able to afford to stay in my home. Housing costs have gone up much faster than my income, and like many people in the city, I find myself spending more and more of my paycheck to keep a roof over my head. What frustrates me is that I did everything I was told to. I work hard, I contribute to my community, and I want to be here. I want to build a future here. But despite all that, it feels like getting ahead becomes more and more difficult every year. I've also seen the impact this has on the people around me. Friends of mine have left Vancouver entirely because they couldn't afford housing, because they couldn't find housing they could afford. Others have moved farther and farther away from where they work, which means spending more time commuting and less time with their friends and family and community. When I think about the future, I worry about what kind of city we're creating. I worry that Vancouver is becoming a place where only the wealthy can afford to stay. I worry about young people trying to start their families here, trying to start their lives, trying to raise children, and seniors trying to remain in the communities they've lived for decades. That's why I pay attention to the proposals like this one. When council approves major developments, I want to see projects that meaningfully address affordability and help people stay in the city, not projects that primarily benefit those who are already doing well. This issue matters to me personally because I'm raising a family in Vancouver. Like my parents, I spend a lot of my time thinking about housing, childcare, and the overall cost of living. Every year, it seems like costs keep increasing while families are expected to make do with less. I know parents who have delayed having children, moved away from their support networks, or left the city altogether because they cannot make the numbers work. When council considers large developments, I think it's important to ask what they all mean, what they will mean for families. Will they make it easier for ordinary people to stay in Vancouver, or will they make affordability challenges worse? When residents are struggling with affordability, childcare shortages, and pressure on public services, I don't believe council should be prioritizing additional incentives for hotel developments. My understanding is that thousands of hotel rooms have already been approved, with thousands more in the pipeline. If that is the case, I question why further incentives are necessary. I would ask council, why are these hotels being included as part of Bill 16 compliance update?
Matthew.
What public benefits will... Yes?
I'm sorry to interject, but you are at time, and we have to be fair to everybody. Thank you for speaking.
Okay, thank you.
We appreciate it. 32, Ronan Hannigan.
Hello?
Hi, Ronan. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
Not currently.
No. Okay. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would like to applaud council on how, just intelligent this proposal was. I felt like someone needed to splash a little water on me. I felt like I was in Ottawa, not Vancouver, because he had shoved this tiny little blurb in there about hotels on C5, C5A, and C6 into what is on the face of it just a measure to comply with new provincial legislation. So congrats on that, and shout out to Sean and Lucy for picking up on that. Just calling balls and strikes. But so tucked into this amendment on C5, C5A, and C6 districts schedule this loophole that allows hotels existing on or before February 4th, 2014. Pardon me. Hotels existing on or before February 4th, 2014 are allowed to use the greater of either their 1986 floor space ratio or the current maximum. Even more egregiously, hotels existing on September 30th, 1986 can receive a discretionary 5% density bonus above the maximum permitted floor space ratio, a privilege denied to residential developers, a detail which seems very suspicious given the slump in the housing market recently and the sudden clamor by developers for more hotel rooms. This means that a legacy hotel from the 1980s can expand its density beyond what any new residential building could achieve while avoiding the affordable housing obligations that this bylaw imposes on housing developments. Residential projects must provide 20% social housing or pay substantial cash in lieu fees. Hotels, they get extra density simply for existing and with no requirement for workforce housing, no community amendment contributions, and no affordability conditions. In a city facing a severe housing shortage, this bylaw creates a perverse incentive structure. Land in the C5, C5A, and C6 districts is already very scarce and expensive. We're a very dense city as it already stands. By allowing hotels to access grandfathered 1986 density rights, plus an additional 5% bonus, you're giving commercial hospitality operators a massive competitive advantage over residential developers bidding for the same sites. A hotel developer can now outbid a housing developer for downtown land because their allowable density is higher and their costs are lower. No affordable housing requirements, no social housing commitments, just pure commercial expansion. Once again, that seems very suspicious given our recent market trends. This isn't smart growth. It's actively subsidizing and displacing potential housing stock by hospitality uses. During a housing emergency, should we not be privileging tourist accommodations over resident accommodations, especially now that we've seen all of this apparently unnecessary craze over FIFA. We've seen that hotel bookings are actually quite low. So I don't understand why council is wasting time on throwing another bone to the hotel industry, which has clamored and yelled and screamed at us about how they need more hotels. And when it's D-Day, so to speak, FIFA comes to town, they can't fill their hotels. So and I'd like to just examine the arbitrary nature of these carve-outs. Like, why September 30th, 1986? Why February 4th, 2014? These dates weren't selected through any public planning process. They appear to be designed to benefit specific legacy hotel properties, likely large downtown hotels that have been lobbying for expansion rights. This is special interest legislation, plain and simple. The September 30th, 1986. Well, that reminds me of a certain thing that maybe my parents' generation would have remembered happening here is Expo. The 5%, going back into the minutia rather, the 5% bonus might sound modest, but in the C6 district that represents thousands of additional square meters of commercial space, in the C5A district where mixed-use residential buildings face strict 7.0 FAR limits and must include 20% social housing, hotels can exceed even those generous limits with no public benefit attached. This is a windfall for private hospitality interest.
Ronan?
Yes.
You are at your 5 minutes. I know it goes quickly. Thank you. Speaker 33, Will Marie Ayog.
Speaker 33 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 34, Haley Roy.
Hello.
Hi, Haley. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me?
You can. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Haley Roy, and I work in the hospitality of Vancouver International Airport, and I also live in Richmond. Every day, I welcome visitors to our region. I meet travelers from around the world who come here for business, tourism, and conventions and family visits. I'm proud of the work I do, and I'm proud of the role hospitality workers play in supporting our economy. But tonight, I'm here because I'm concerned about the direction of this proposal. This proposal is largely about implementing changes related to Bill 16 and housing policy. Instead, we are also being asked to support an increase in the hotel and amenity inclusion from 15% to 20%. I don't believe that belongs into a housing-focused bylaw update. As someone who works in hospitality, I understand why hotel owners and developers might support this proposal. It's because it helps them. But the question before council, it should not be whether hotels would like the incentive. The question should be whether it serves the public interest. And that is where I have concern. I work alongside people from all over Metro Vancouver. A common topic of conversation among workers is housing affordability. People worry about whether their children will ever be able to afford to stay in communities where they grew up. This is why I find it difficult to understand why a housing-related report includes a proposal that would provide additional benefits to hotel development without requiring public benefits in return. When developers receive additional value, the public receives something in return. The return might be affordable housing or other public amenities that improve quality of life of the residents. That makes sense because growth should help support the communities that accommodate that growth. The proposal before you changes the equation. An addition inclusion would apply to hotel amenities and event spaces that primarily serves guests and hotel operations. Those are commercial amenities. They are not facilities that most residents will ever use. And they are certainly not substitute for affordable housing. As a worker in the hospitality industry, I'm not asking council to oppose hotels, but support the industry should not come at the expense of the public benefits, and it should not be inserted into a bylaw package whose primary purpose is housing policy. At a time when government at every level are talking about affordability, every policy decision should be measured against the simple question, how does this help the ordinary people? I see a clear benefit for hotel development and property owners, but I do not see a clear benefit for the workers who keep those hotels running. I ask council to stay focused on the original purpose of this agenda item, Bill 16, intended to help address housing challenges. Housing affordability remains one of the most urgent issues facing our region. That should be our priority. I respectfully ask you to remove and propose the hotel amenity inclusion from by this law package and give focus on affordability and meaningful public benefit. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you for speaking. Speaker 35, Jocelyn Stevens.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Jocelyn, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Jocelyn Stevens. I am a Vancouver resident and I'm approving recommendations that were recommended.
Jocelyn, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. I don't know if it's possible to speak closer to your phone. You're cutting out a little bit.
Sure. Do you need me to repeat what was said?
Yeah, why don't you just start again? We can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Sure. So my name is Jocelyn Stevens. I am a Vancouver resident, and I oppose the recommendations before you today. I urge council to oppose this item or at minimum delay approval until a comprehensive replacement framework is in place. While this report is presented as a response to provincial legislation, its practical effect is the removal of tools Vancouver has long used to secure public benefits from private development. Density bonusing and heritage amenity contributions have helped deliver affordable housing, child care spaces, community amenities, and heritage conservation. My concern is that council is being asked to remove these tools before the inclusionary zoning review has been completed, and we are being asked to dismantle part of the current system before knowing whether the replacement will achieve the same or better outcomes. I am also concerned about the loss of heritage provisions. At a time of ongoing redevelopment pressure, heritage conservation should be strengthened and not weakened. Growth should ultimately benefit the public and not just private landowners, and if Vancouver continues to prove additional density, residents deserve confidence that growth will continue to support affordable housing, community amenities, and heritage preservation. For these reasons, I urge council not to approve this item in its current form. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Speaker 36, Gabby Macawa?
Hello.
Hi, Gabby. Go ahead.
Hola. Buenas noches, Consejo. Mi nombre es Gabriela y soy una residente de Vancouver. Esta noche estoy aquí para hablar contra de esta propuesta y quiero que cada miembro...
Sorry, can I interject? I'm going to be translating for Gabby today. She just said, "Hi, my name is Gabby. I'm here to oppose this project, and I'm a resident of Vancouver." Continue, Gabby.
Gracias. Y quiero que cada miembro de este consejo entienda exactamente lo que está en juego.
I want the council to understand exactly everything that's in play.
Yo vine a este país con solo una esperanza, construir una vida estable para mi familia en una ciudad que valora la comunidad.
I came to this country with wanting to find community and find a space that is inclusive.
Vancouver me dio esa esperanza. La gente aquí, los programas aquí, el compromiso de hacer espacio para las familias trabajadoras. Eso es lo que me hizo quedarme.
Vancouver gave me the impression that they would give me that chance to create community, to work hard, and to move my family forward, and I'm disappointed.
Eso es lo que me hizo luchar por esta ciudad y ahora estoy luchando por ella de nuevo.
That's what made me want to fight for this city, and now here I am fighting again.
Porque lo que veo en esta propuesta me preocupa profundamente.
Because what I see in this proposal profoundly troubles me.
Esta ordenanza se presenta como una actualización de cumplimiento del proyecto de ley 16.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Esta ordenanza se presenta como una actualización de cumplimiento del proyecto de ley 16.
Perdón, repetilo, bro.
Espera. Voy a seguir nomás, ¿está bien?
Sí.
Ya. Un ajuste técnico a las disposiciones de bonificación de densidad y la zonificación inclusiva.
The density is like not just and I didn't catch that at the end, but just continúa.
Ya, la mayoría de las personas escuchará estas palabras y confiará que el Consejo simplemente está haciendo lo que la provincia necesita.
The majority of people have heard this and they disagree. And can you say that last part again?
Confiará que el Consejo simplemente está haciendo lo que la provincia necesita.
I understand that you're trying to do what the province is wanting you to do.
Pero eso no es la imagen completa.
But that isn't the complete image.
Dentro de esta propuesta hay una disposición que nadie anunció, nadie debatió y nadie le pregunta a la comunidad.
Yeah, inside of this proposal, there's details that go against what the community needs, and none of the community members don't know about it, and there should be like further review.
Es una bonificación de densidad para los desarrolladores de hoteles del centro de la ciudad, que les permita construir edificios más grandes, más altos y más rentables si agregan salas de reunión y instalaciones para ustedes.
This allows hotels downtown to be built bigger and larger and more egregious and she doesn't like that.
Eso es un regalo para los bienes raíces comerciales, salas de reunión para hoteles, no hogares para familias.
It's gonna allow for large hotel builds, not for families, not for our communities.
Quiero que el Consejo piensa en quienes estamos en esta sala esta noche. Somos trabajadores, somos inquilinos, somos familias que juntamos todos los que tenemos para quedarnos en esta ciudad.
I want the council today to think about who's here, like who lives in this city, and are we actually accommodating them or not? Are we accommodating workers? Are we accommodating community members? Where's the equity for these folks?
No estamos aquí porque sea fácil. Estamos aquí porque creemos que este consejo debe representarnos.
I'm here because I believe this council should represent us. These are the type of motions that I don't feel represented, that our communities don't feel represented. So we urge Gabby is urging the council to represent the workers and the working class people of this city.
La zonificación inclusiva es una de las pocas herramientas que dice el desarrollo de esta ciudad debe beneficiar a las personas que viven aquí, no solo a los desarrolladores.
The development of this city should support the people that live in it, not just developers, not just the 1%. These are developments that this bill will impact, should be for the working people.
Cuando empezamos a hacer excepciones para hoteles, para salas de conferencia, para ganancias comerciales. Estamos diciendo que la gente importa un poco menos y yo no puedo aceptar eso.
When bills like this pass, it says to me that, the people of the city don't matter, and we can't accept that.
Cada laguna legal tiene un costo. Cada excepción tiene una víctima. Y en una crisis de vivienda tan grave como lo que estamos viviendo, las víctimas son personas reales.
Yeah, so in the crisis, the housing crisis and the affordability crisis that we're living right now, the victims of these bills that we pass through council are real people. And Gabby's wanting to remind you that these are real people that you're voting either for or against tonight with this bill.
Familias haciendo en apartamentos, personas mayores que no pueden pagar su arriendo, jóvenes que se criaron en esta ciudad y no pueden permitirse quedarse.
Think of the working people. Think about elderly people that can't pay their rent. Think about young people that can't live here anymore. All these groups that are either going to benefit or be victimized by this bill today.
Esta noche le pido al Consejo que eliminar por completo el incentivo de densidad hotelaria de esta ordenanza.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sí. Esta noche le pido al Consejo que elimine por completo el incentivo de densidad hotelera de esta ordenanza.
Got you. Can you guys consider, please, how this density and this incentive to developers incentivizes these developers? Basically, think about why do these folks need to be incentivized? Why aren't we incentivizing them to build something more friendly for our communities?
Aprueban las partes del cumplimiento del proyecto de la Ley 16 que necesitan aprobarse, pero no usen el cumplimiento como cobertura para un regalo a los desarrolladores comerciales. Los residentes de Vancouver merecen algo mejor que eso. Protejan a la zonificación inclusiva.
The residents of Vancouver deserve more than this. We should be advocating for them in the council, and we shouldn't be giving giveaways to developers. And yes, continue.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Saying thank you. Bye now.
Okay. Gracias por su tiempo. Thank you for your time, Gabby. Speaker 37, Nazca Spazic. Do we have Nazca? No? I'm not hearing Nazca.
Just checking, Chair. They are unmuted. They are on the line and unmuted.
Nazca, if you are on the line, it is your turn to speak. Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm going to continue. Speaker 38 is Richard Reddy.
I'm a resident, but I work in the city. I'm directly affected by the decisions made by this chamber. I'm here tonight to speak against this proposal. I want to focus on one thing, the hotel density bonus that has been inserted into Bill 16 compliance update. The provisions would allow hotel developers to build at greater density if they include meeting rooms and guest amenities. It has nothing to do with affordable housing, nothing to do with community benefit, and it is a commercial real estate incentive. I understand that density bonusing is a complex policy tool. I understand that there are many competing interests around the table when these bylaws are drafted. But the principle behind density bonusing is clear. Extra density should be earned through contributions to the public good. Affordable housing, childcare, public space, not hotel conference rooms. When we bend that principle, even once, even quietly, we signal to every developer in this region that the rules are negotiable. And in a housing crisis, that signal has a real consequence for real people. Remove the hotel density provisions, pass a clean compliance update. That's what I'm asking for tonight. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you very much. Speaker 39, Robert Bader.
Bill 16 compliance update. What it actually contains, in addition to compliance provisions, is a new density bonus for downtown hotel developers who add meeting rooms and guest amenities. That's a commercial real estate incentive. It does not belong in a housing policy update. Density bonusing in this city was designed with a specific purpose, to incentivize developers to continue to contribute to community needs in exchange for the right to build greater density. Affordable housing, community spaces, public amenities, that's the deal. That's what residents agreed to. Hotel meeting rooms are not a part of that deal. They're not a community benefit. They're a profit center for a private business. Rewarding hotel developers with extra density for added conference facility is not housing policy. It's commercial zoning policy, and it should be evaluated separately with full public transparency. I'm asking Council to remove this provision tonight. Do not bundle commercial incentives inside housing compliance update. If this hotel density bonus has merit on its own, bring it forward on its own with proper notice and public consultations. Residents are paying attention to how density is being allocated in the city. They deserve a clear answer about whose interests Council is serving. Voting against this proposal as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 40, Sean Lervold.
Just checking the line, Chair. Speaker 40 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. 41, Fabiola.
Speaker 41 is not on the line.
Speaker 42, Connie.
Speaker 42 is not on the line.
Speaker 43, Angel or Angel, one of the two.
Speaker 43 is not on the line.
Speaker 44 is withdrawn. 45, Alan.
45. Oh, yes.
Alan, before you begin, we don't have a last name for you, and also wonder if you're a resident of Vancouver or not.
This is in Vancouver.
Okay, and do you have a last name?
Last name Lin.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead.
各位议员晚上好，我叫 Alan。今晚我在此是因为我认为这项提案在推进之前需要更仔细的审查。Translator, no translator. Sorry. 温哥华的住房挑战不仅仅是一个地方问题，它是一个区域性和代际性的问题。今晚在这个议事厅做出了决定，将塑造未来10年温哥华的城市面貌。这就是我来这里的原因。我审查了这项提案，第16号法案的合规部分是必要的，但我对一项条款感到困惑。为增加会议室和宾客设施的酒店开发商提供密度奖励，这不是住房措施，这是商业开发激励措施，它不属于这项法规。密度奖励是一个应该保留用于真正公共利益的工具，保障性住房单位。托儿设施、社区设施，我们将其扩展到酒店设施时，我们稀释了它的目的，并设定了一个难以撤回的先例。我请求议会将酒店密度条款与第16号法案合规更新分开，通过需要通过的合规内容，但不要将商业开发商激励措施附加其上，让密度奖励与社区利益挂钩。谢谢。
And is that all of your comments? Speaker, you are concluded? You have finished? Okay.
Yeah, finish.
You have, yes. Okay, so you understood that. Okay, great. Thank you. Speaker 46, Narita. Narita.
Speaker 46 is not on the line.
47, Daniel Verma.
Hello?
Hi, Daniel. Can you just advise if you are a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
I am not a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Daniel Verma, and I work in the hospitality industry in Metro Vancouver. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but decisions made here often influence planning policies across the region. I support tourism, and I'm proud to work in the hotel industry. What I do not support is confusing private commercial gain with public benefits, and thus I pose this recommendation today. The report before you proposes a larger density exclusion for developers adding hotel amenity spaces. The city has typically used density bonuses in exchange for a public benefit that supports the public good, like affordable housing, public parks, childcare, and so on. But the amenities being discussed here are things like hotel pools, hotel fitness centers, hotel business centers, locker rooms, meeting rooms, banquet facilities, and convention spaces. Those spaces primarily exist to attract paying guests. They are business assets. They are not public amenities. They are not neighborhood facilities. They are not community centers. They are not libraries. They are not child care spaces. And they are not affordable housing. The city is effectively being asked to provide additional development value because hotel includes facilities that help it operate more profitably. This is a very different proposition than providing community benefits. When private businesses invest in facilities that support their business model, that is normally considered part of doing business. It is not normally grounds for receiving additional planning incentives. If council wants to proceed with this proposal, it should at least acknowledge what these spaces are. They are commercial guest-serving spaces. They are not community amenities, and they should not be treated as though they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Speaker 48, Zaid Kwan.
Hello.
Hi. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
I am a resident of Burnaby.
Okay, thanks. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, Council. I am concerned that this proposal removes important tools that have helped ensure growth benefits the public, not just private interests, as well as adding unrelated and unnecessary amendments that work to only benefit the hotel industry. For years, when the city has granted additional density, Vancouver residents receive something in return. Through density bonusing, the funding of childcare spaces, community facilities, affordable housing, public amenities, and heritage conservation was capable. These provisions within Vancouver have ensured that the city remains affordable. I understand that the city must comply with provincial legislation. However, compliance should not become an excuse to weaken the public's ability to afford the city and make it harder to live in Vancouver as a regular person, as well as be used to sneak through approval for benefits to the hotel industry. My concern is that we are being asked to approve the removal of proven mechanisms first and figure out the consequences later. The report proposes a future review of inclusionary zoning, future consultation, and future policy work, but no guarantees once these existing tools are gone, they are gone. What assurances do Vancouver residents have that future developments will continue to contribute at the same level to affordable housing, childcare, community amenities, and heritage preservation? At a time when residents are struggling with housing costs, strained public services, and a rising affordability crisis, this seems like the wrong moment to test the city's ability to contribute to these community funds, as well as aid the hotel industry. The public should not be asked to accept a tentative promise that replacement policies might achieve results someday. Council should have substantive evidence before approving these changes, especially the exclusion for hotels. Growth creates enormous value. That value should be continued to be shared with the communities that make Vancouver what it is. Personally speaking, the rising affordability crisis within Vancouver has put into question my ability to remain in the city after I graduate, and many of the people within my life also struggle with this reality every day. As the cost of living increases and the housing crisis is made worse, my ability to remain in the city is made more precarious, and the same can be said for many of my peers. For these reasons, I urge Council to oppose this item or defer it until a complete replacement framework is ready, and the public can be confident that Vancouver will not lose vital tools for securing clearing up the actual purpose of this proposal, rather than combining bill compliance and new hotel-focused suggestions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker 49, Pardeep Tandy.
हाँ,
Is that Pardeep?
मेरा नाम
Pardeep?
मेरा नाम प्रदीप थांडी है.
Pardeep, before you begin, can you just let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
No, I live in Surrey.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਪ੍ਰਦੀਪ ਥਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਮੈਟਰੋ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਹੌਸਪਿਟੈਲਿਟੀ ਉਦਯੋਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ. ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਿਮਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ. Hello.
Pardeep, we can hear you.
Yeah, so
Yes.
yeah, so other person, her name is Guljar. She can translate for me.
You have a translator with you?
Yeah, Guljar.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਪ੍ਰਦੀਪ ਥਾਂਡੀ ਹੈ. ਮੈਂ ਮੈਟਰੋ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਹੌਸਪਿਟੈਲਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਉਦਯੋਗ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ. ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਿਮਾਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਵਾਗਤ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ. ਪਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਹਜ਼ਾਰਾਂ ਹੋਰ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰਾਂ ਵਾਂਗ ਉਸੇ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਦਾ ਸਾਹਮਣਾ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ. ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਵੱਧਦਾ ਖਰਚਾ. ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਹੋਟਲ ਕਰਮਚਾਰੀ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਰਚੇ ਭਰਨ ਲਈ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ. ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਕਈਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੂਜੀਆਂ ਨੌਕਰੀਆਂ ਵੀ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਪੈਂਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ. ਸਾਡੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਘੰਟਿਆਂ ਸਫ਼ਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ. ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕੰਮ ਦੇ ਨੇੜੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੈ. ਜਦੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਧਾਰਨ ਸਵਾਲ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ. ਇਸ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਹੋਟਲਾਂ ਲਈ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਛੂਟਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਤਸਾਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਕੀ ਸੰਬੰਧ ਹੈ? ਸ਼ਹਿਰੀ ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਹੋਟਲ ਵਿਕਾਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਤਸਾਹਨ ਦੇਣ ਦੀ ਮੰਗ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਉਹ ਮਹਿਮਾਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਸੁਵਿਧਾਵਾਂ ਅਤੇ ਸਮਾਗਮਾਂ ਲਈ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਮਲ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ. ਪਰ ਉਹ ਰਿਹਾਇਸ਼ ਮੁਹੱਈਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਜਿਸ ਦੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ. ਮੇਰੇ ਬਾਲਗ ਬੱਚੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੈਰੀਅਰ ਦੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂਆਤ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ. ਉਹ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਨ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਵਿਕਲਪ ਹੋਵੇ. ਪਰ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਹੋਟਲ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਲਈ ਘੱਟ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਦੇਣ ਦੀ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. ਇਹ ਨੀਤੀਆਂ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਖੜੀਆਂ ਘਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਿਫਾਇਤੀ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਦਾ ਹੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ. ਇਹ ਕਿਫਾਇਤੀ ਘਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੀਆਂ. ਇਹ ਕਿਰਾਏ ਘੱਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ. ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਤਬਦੀਲੀ ਆਰਥਿਕ ਵਿਕਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਮਰਥ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਪਰ ਆਰਥਿਕ ਵਿਕਾਸ ਦਾ ਲਾਭ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ, ਸਿਰਫ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ. ਜਦੋਂ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਪ੍ਰੋਤਸਾਹਨ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਜਨਤਾ ਨੂੰ ਉਸ ਦਾ ਅਸਲ ਲਾਭ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ. ਇਹ ਖਾਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਕਿਫਾਇਤੀ ਰਹਿਣ ਸਹਿਣ ਦਾ ਸੰਕਟ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੋਵੇ. ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਗਾਤਾਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਫਾਇਤੀ ਘਰਾਂ ਜਾਂ ਜਨਤਕ ਸੇਵਾਵਾਂ ਲਈ ਕਾਫੀ ਪੈਸਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ. ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੋਟਲ ਵਿਕਾਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਨਵੇਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਤਸਾਹਨ ਦੇਣ ਲਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਬਣ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ. ਬਿਨਾਂ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਪਸੀ ਕੁਝ ਮੰਗਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਇਹ ਗਲਤ ਸੰਦੇਸ਼ ਭੇਜਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੇਰੀ ਰੋਜੀ ਰੋਟੀ ਸੈਰ ਸਪਾਟਾ ਉਦਯੋਗ ਤੇ ਨਿਰਭਰ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਪੱਖੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਤਸਾਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਮਰਥਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੀ। ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਦ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਵੇ।
Okay, and that finishes your comments?
I think my translator not add with me.
You do not have a translator with you. Okay, well, thank you for speaking. That is that is your time then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, speaker number 50, Sandeep Kaur. I think it's Kaur.
Speaker 50 is not on the line.
51, Lovepreet Kaur.
Speaker 51 is not on the line.
Okay, 52, Kiranjeet.
Speaker 52 is on the line and has been unmuted.
Hi, is that Kiranjeet?
Hello?
Hi, Kiranjeet. We don't have a last name for you, and can you also please let us know if you are a resident of Vancouver or not?
No, I live in Surrey.
Okay, and do you have a
Good. I will speak in Punjabi because I have a translator, Guljar Garewal.
Is your translator with you?
Yes, Guljar Garewal. She's on the line.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਕਰਨਜੀਤ ਹੈ ਅਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਹੌਸਪਿਟੈਲਿਟੀ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਮੈਟਰੋ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ, ਸਰੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ, ਪਰ ਮੈਂ ਟੂਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਨੂੰ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਕਿ ਟੈਕਸ ਪੇਅਰ ਦੀ ਮਨੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਦੋ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰਸ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾਵੇ। ਜੋ ਟੈਕਸ ਪੇਅਰ ਦੀ ਮਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਮ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਲਈ ਵਰਤੀ ਜਾਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਕਿ ਆਮ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਲਈ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਘਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ, ਫ੍ਰੀ ਪਾਰਕਿੰਗ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ, ਪਬਲਿਕ ਪਾਰਕਿੰਗ, ਤੇ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਹੌਸਪੀਟਲ ਬਣਾਉਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ, ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ। ਪਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਦੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਪੈਸਾ ਕੁਝ ਅਮੀਰ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਜੋ ਟੈਕਸ ਪੇਅਰ ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਲਈ ਹੀ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਕੋਈ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਬਣਾਉਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ, ਕੋਈ ਲਾਇਬ੍ਰੇਰੀਜ਼, ਹੌਸਪੀਟਲਸ ਜਾਂ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਹੋਰ ਚਾਈਲਡ ਕੇਅਰ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਦੇਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਤੇ ਖਰਚ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਤਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਹੀ ਖਰਚ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਹੋਟਲ ਦਾ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਂ ਦੋ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ, ਹੁਨਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ। ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਬੈਨੀਫਿਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ। ਜੋ ਸਿਟੀ ਆ, ਸਿਟੀ ਆਫ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ, ਇਹ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਚਦੀ। ਅਖੀਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਹੀ ਕਹਾਂਗੀ ਕਿ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਪੈਸਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਹੂਲਤ ਲਈ ਹੀ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਦੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਉਲਟ ਹਾਂ। ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਨੂੰ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਵੀ ਪਾਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਅਗੇਂਸਟ ਹਾਂ। ਥੈਂਕਸ ਫॉर द टाइम।
And speaker,
Hello.
Hi, are you going to provide translation?
Hello, Guljar.
Can you advise us if that's the end of your remarks or if we're going to hear translation, or is that the rest of your comments?
I think Guljar is going to translate.
Okay, we're not hearing that. Do you have the person with you?
The speaker disconnected, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Before we carry on, I'm going to ask counselors online if we can get you on video. We are just at bare quorum and a couple of folks need to take quick breaks in and out of the chamber. So if I can get our counselors back online, thank you very much. That's great. Okay. Speaker 53 was a duplicate. So if there are any additional speakers at this point in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. And I'm not seeing any in chamber, but we do have additional speakers on the line. And so we will now go to speaker 14, which was Kirsten LeBrun.
Hello?
Hi, Kirsten. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver or not, please? And then
I live in Pitt Meadows.
I'm sorry, we're having a hard time hearing you.
I live in Pitt Meadows.
Okay, please go ahead with your comments.
Yeah, so good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kirsten. I work in Vancouver's downtown in the hotel industry. I was actually born here at St. Paul's Hospital. I grew up in East Van and slowly been moving further and further out. So obviously Pitt Meadows is quite a long drive. I had 2 little boys, and daycare was super expensive and housing was ridiculous. So I just had to move out further. So my drive, it can be 2 to 3 hours a day. And so I just feel like this city is not really focusing on all of us workers as much as just handing out things to wealthy and fast-tracking things for the wealthy. That's why I oppose this project. I'm still hoping that maybe things will turn around and then I can come a little bit closer. So tonight I'm going to ask you if you can make affordable housing a top priority, and I oppose this project.
Okay, thanks for speaking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have speaker 26, Luis Antonio Severa Bojorquez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Luis, please go ahead.
Right. Thank you. As someone who works in the city, I look at every municipal policy through a very straightforward lens. Who builds this city? Who runs this city? And who actually gets to live in it? Working people are the backbone of Vancouver. And yet, under the ABC party majority, we're seeing a troubling pattern where corporate developers receive relentless perks while affordable housing and community benefits are systematically negotiated downward. By rushing, and we are rushing, to repeal Schedules F, G, and H of the Zoning and Development Bylaw, and also erasing key definitions from the Downtown Official Development Plan, this council is trading public planning leverage for developer-driven uncertainty. Growth generates private wealth, and working families deserve a guaranteed return on that growth in the form of public infrastructure, childcare, and parks. Yet, this report shows that the exact tools we're dismantling today bring into our city a 5-year average of $13 million from density bonuses and $400,000 from heritage amenity shares every single year. Wiping out these revenue streams before our new amenity cost charge framework is even finalized means council is intentionally voting us into a multi-million-dollar funding deficit. We're giving corporate developers immediate relief while forcing working people to wait for the basic community spaces that they rely on. Look closely at what's happening to our affordable housing framework. We're transitioning our in-kind affordable housing density options into mandatory inclusionary zoning requirements. But the city's own economic testing exposes deep systemic flaws that directly hurt working people. For one, it punishes transit-oriented growth. On the west side, multi-lot assemblies are completely exempt from the housing mandate simply because high land costs make it unviable for developers. By protecting the profit margins of land speculators over the need for housing, this policy actively discourages lot consolidation and blocks the multifamily transit-adjacent homes that working families in the city desperately need. The density targets are an absolute fantasy. To make a 20% turnkey social housing requirement viable for a private developer under these rules, densities would have to artificially skyrocket to staggering heights just to break even. Just for some perspective, we would need the density of a massive office tower in the West End. We would also need the hyper-density you only see in places like Manhattan's Financial District or Hong Kong, in Mount Pleasant and the Falls Creek area. This policy just fails entirely. In the downtown district, the requirement for 2/3 social housing is so broken that your own consultants say that there is no density that can make it financially viable. Meanwhile, piling more density onto 100% social housing projects without senior government funding doesn't help nonprofits break even. It just creates a deeper financial hole. Despite exposing a framework that is fundamentally broken on day one, Phase 2 of this review, the phase that was meant to actually fix the system, is being put on the back burner until fall 2027. That is more than a year of policy limbo in a city that desperately needs housing. Let's be clear. While we lock in an unviable system for the future, this council is actively rubber stamping developer requests to undermine affordability right now. Just look at the West Side Tower proposal on West 8th, where the developer was permitted to slash social housing below the Broadway's plan's mandatory 20% minimum. At the exact same time, this council is moving to expand exemptions for the empty home tax, giving retroactive tax breaks to developers while nearly 750 completed, unsold luxury units sit empty across Vancouver. This pattern of corporate handouts is just as obvious in how we manage our downtown core. Slip directly into an affordable housing report, Recommendation B eliminates the historical 15% hotel amenity density bonus and hands hotel corporations an outright 20% floor space exclusion for private commercial amenities like pools, fitness centers, and conference rooms. Exactly what all the working people in downtown Vancouver need. Last year, this council exempted hotel amenities from community amenity benefit calculations. Now, you're allowing hotels to build even larger while providing less public benefit in return. Hospitality workers have explicitly called this out for what it is, an unnecessary developer giveaway. We're giving away valuable downtown air rights automatically with zero requirements that these spaces generate sustainable, union wage jobs or public community use.
Thank you very much.
Council.
Thank you very much. That is your 5 minutes.
Thank you.
We appreciate you
Thank you
speaking.
so much.
Thank you. Speaker 29, Gwendol Castellan.
Hello?
Hi, Gwendol. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Gwendol Castellan. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm also the manager of Sustainable Destination Development, and I'm speaking on behalf of Destination Vancouver. I would like to express our support for the update to density bonus provisions in this item, specifically the proposed amendments to the Downtown Official Development Plan that would amend the hotel amenity bonus and allow for up to 20% floor area exclusions for specific hotel amenity areas. This is a practical step that will help improve the feasibility of new hotel developments in Vancouver. Destination Vancouver co-chairs the Vancouver Hotel Development Task Force together with the BC Hotel Association, and in 2024, the fall of 2024, the task force was established in response to Vancouver's growing hotel room shortage and brings together industry stakeholders focused on increasing hotel supply across the city. As part of this work, we have engaged extensively with hotel developers, design professionals, investors, and project proponents. A consistent message emerged from those conversations. While there is significant interest in developing new hotels in Vancouver, project economics remain challenging, particularly in the current construction and financing environment. Today, Vancouver's hotel development pipeline stands at over 7,000 rooms. However, only about 800 or just over 800 are currently under construction. Remaining projects are in rezoning and development approval, represent potential supply, but they're by no means assured to proceed. In our research, developers told us that guest amenity spaces, meeting rooms, event facilities, ballrooms, wellness amenities, and other common areas are critical to the success of modern hotels. These spaces add jobs, enhance the guest experience, support business events, and generate economic activity throughout the city. Yet they are often difficult to justify financially because they consume valuable floor area and without generating the same direct returns as guest rooms. The amendments before Council directly address this challenge by excluding up to 20% of the floor area for qualifying hotel amenity spaces. The city is recognizing the unique economics of hotel development and reducing a barrier that can determine whether a project proceeds or remains on the shelf. This measure is aligned with Council's April 2025 direction to explore regulatory changes that would encourage new hotels and support the inclusion of events and guest amenity spaces. It responds directly to the feedback provided by the development community and reflects the realities of hotel project feasibility. Importantly, this amendment does not simply encourage more hotel rooms. It encourages diversity of offerings within hotels, hotels that include meeting space, event facilities, and amenities that support visitors, conventions, business travel, and major events. As Vancouver continues to compete internationally for meetings, conventions, and visitors, we need both additional room supply and the spaces that enable those visitors to gather, meet, and do business. For these reasons, Destination Vancouver supports the proposed amendment and encourages Council to approve it. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for speaking. Speaker 37 is Nazca Spazic.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver, please, or not?
No, I live in Burnaby, and I will speak in my language, which is Serbian.
Okay.
And my speech is going to be translated.
Okay,
Dobro večer. Moje ime je Naska. Večeras sam ovde da govorim protiv ovog predloga. Moj maternji jezik je srpski, a večeras želim da budem jasno shvaćena, pa ću govoriti na srpskom. Došla sam u Vancouver jer mi je ovaj grad pružio nešto u što sam verovala, mesto gde radni ljudi mogu da grade život. Grad koji ceni zajednicu više od profita. Grad koji je napravio prostor za ljude poput mene. Kada čujem da ažuriranje stambene politike sadrži skriveni bonus za hotelijere koji im omogućava da grade veće objekte samo dodavanjem sala za sastanke, osjećam da se to obećanje krši. Ne dramatično, ne odjednom, već polako, deo po deo, tehničkim jezikom koji većina ljudi nikada neće razumeti. Inkluzivno zoniranje je jedan od razloga zašto još uvek verujem u ovaj grad. To je pravilo koje kaže da razvoj mora da vrati nešto zajednici. Da kada neko profitira od gradnje u Vancouveru, zajednica takođe treba da dobije nešto. Pristupačne domove, mesta za porodice, taj princip mora biti zaštićen. Večeras molim vas, uklonite podsticaj za gustinu hotela iz ove uredbe. Nemojte dozvoliti da se komercijalna pogodnost za investitore sakrije unutar ažuriranja usklađenosti sa stambenom politikom. Ovaj grad vredi zaštititi. Hvala vam. Now you're gonna hear my translated speech.
Hi there. We're not hearing anything at this point. Speaker, we can't hear a translator. Okay, speaker, if you're not having your remarks translated, you can continue with your comments, or you can let us know if you have finished your remarks, please. Okay. We're going to assume that you have concluded your comments. Thank you for speaking. Speaker 42 is Connie on the line.
Just checking the line share. They may have disconnected.
Okay. Hang tight for a second.
Speaker 42 is on the line and is unmuted.
Speaker 42 is Connie. Connie, can you hear us? Connie, asking one more time before I move on. Can you hear us? Okay, no, we'll move to speaker 43. Angel, we have 43.
Speaker 43 has disconnected.
Okay. Clerks, can you advise if we have any further speakers on the line at this point? Okay, speaker 33, Will Marie Ayog.
My speech is here. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Can you advise before you start if you're a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
I live in Burnaby but work in Vancouver.
Okay, all right, please go ahead with your comments.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Will Marie. I work in Vancouver. I would like to speak about priorities. Every day, Vancouver residents are being asked to do more with less. Housing costs continue to rise. Renters are struggling. Young people are wondering whether they will be able to build a future in the city. Families are making difficult financial decisions. Workers are being pushed farther from their jobs. Many residents feel that the city they love is becoming increasingly unaffordable. Against that backdrop, people are watching closely to see what city halls prioritize. That is why this proposal concerns me. The city is undertaking this process because provincial legislation requires updates to density bonus rules and inclusionary zoning provisions. In other words, the starting point is housing. The starting point is affordability. The starting point is ensuring that development contributes to public goals. Yet one of the most significant policy changes in this report is an incentive directed at hotels. The report states that the purpose is to encourage larger guest amenities and event spaces. I have no doubt that hotel operators would welcome that change. The question is whether it should be a priority for Vancouver residents. When residents think about what Vancouver needs most, I doubt many would put hotel conference rooms near the top of the list. People are asking for affordable housing, stronger public services, and investments that make life more affordable. Those are the issues that dominate public discussions and affect daily life. Yet tonight, Council is being asked to provide additional benefits for a sector that is already receiving substantial attention through hotel development policies and incentives. At some point, residents are entitled to ask a simple question. Who is this policy really for? Is it for the people struggling to pay rent? Is it for families trying to remain in Vancouver? Or is it primarily for developers seeking additional flexibility and additional value? I believe that is the question Council should ask itself before approving this proposal. Public policy should be guided by public need. And right now, the greatest public need facing Vancouver is affordability. Every decision should be measured against that reality. I have not heard convincing answers to those questions. Until those answers are provided, Council should reject this hotel incentive and maintain its focus on housing affordability and the public interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 40, Sean Lervold.
Speaker 40 has disconnected.
It's disconnected. Okay, I believe that's all the speakers on the line at this point. I'm making my third and final call for speakers. The number is 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code of 1061445# before close of the list, and the phone number will be displayed during the recess. We will now take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come forward and return at 8:28. Thank you, Council. All right, we have quorum, so we will resume. Clerk, do we have any final speakers in the chambers or online?
Chair, we have an additional speaker on the line, Matthew DeMarchi.
This one? Okay, Matthew, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
Yep, I'm a resident of Vancouver and I work in Vancouver.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello to Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me tonight. I am opposed to this proposed change. Firstly, it does nothing to hold the developers accountable to the people who live here or would like to live here. And by that, I mean there is no guarantee of units that will be tethered to prices that an average 40-hour-a-week worker can afford. We have a massive problem in that workers can't afford to live near the city. We need developers to buy in on helping build that housing for workers. The only way to do that is for council to make amendments and demand accountability on affordability. And secondly, this council is catering too much to hotel owners and developers. We need to be able to get more out of these hotel owners and developers for our city. Our city needs a lot more things. More swimming and skating lessons, more fitness centers, more affordable housing, more parks and playgrounds, more affordable community events so people can come together. And what are the hotel owners doing to address these things? Are they grappling with these things like our residents are every day? Is hotels really the priority when they won't contribute to the needs of the city beyond simply operating their business? Could hotel owners be offering more to not only the city but the workers they will employ? We hear from hotel workers all the time that they live in the suburbs because they can't afford to live in the city, about all the time that they take commuting to work every day away from their family. We should be looking to make sure that if there are jobs in the city, that we have homes and housing for the people to live in the city too. Could hotel owners be offering more on this front? I think so. We all have to acknowledge that the hotel workers will have to commute for hours every day for every new hotel job that's opened. And that's not fair. People should be able to live in the city and work in the city and enjoy the city that they work in. Why can't this be addressed? I think this is the fundamental question because it seems kind of simple. The hotel owners and the hotel industry want council to pass a lot of hotel rooms and make it easy to build hotels. And that, I think, is fine as long as the city and the workers are getting what they need. And so the city needs affordable housing. The hotel owners want hotel rooms. It seems like there's a deal to be made here. Like, why can't it be that we make a deal where we're getting what we need as a city, whether it's community centers, whether it's swimming pools and ice arenas or affordable housing, and the hotel owners are getting what they want, which is we want hotel rooms and they want to make it easy to build hotels. To me, there's a way to make a deal here that works for everybody in a much better way, but council has to kind of stand up and go for that. So I ask council to oppose this and make a deal with the hotel owners that makes sense for the city. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. We're going back to, I'm advised now that 42 and 43 have come on the line again, trying for a third time. So here we go, 42. Connie?
Hello?
Connie, you have terrible echo. Can you? No, unfortunately, your sound is very poor. Are you able to speak closer to your device and make it better? Okay, Connie, if you don't have a better sound system, we're not going to be able to hear you speak properly. Last. Hello. Okay, all right. I'm going to move on now. Sorry about that. Speaker 43, Angel.
Good evening, Council. My name is Angel Baton.
Yes. Can
I
you,
work
Angel,
in
before you begin, can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver, please, and do you have a last name?
I am a resident of Coquitlam, but my workplace is in downtown Vancouver, and my name is Angel Brayton.
Okay, please go ahead.
I may not live within the Vancouver city limits, but what happened in the city's housing policy affects the entire region. And I am here because I care deeply about getting this right. The Lower Mainland is one interconnected housing market. When Vancouver weakens its affordability housing protections, the pressure ripples outward to Burnaby, Surrey, Coquitlam, and beyond. Families displaced from Vancouver do not simply disappear. They move further out, stretch the commutes, and strain communities that are already under pressure. So, when I see a proposal that claims to be about Bill 16 compliance, but quietly inserts a density bonus for hotel developers who add meeting rooms and guest amenities, I have to speak up. That is not a regional housing benefit. That is a local developer benefit dressed up in compliance language. Density bonusing should be earned through genuine community contributions, affordable housing units, childcare, spaces like parks, public amenities, and so on. Not hotel conference rooms, not commercial profit centers. This region needs more affordable housing, not more incentives for hotel developers to build bigger. I urge Council to strip out the hotel density loopholes and pass a clean and honest Bill 16 compliance update. The credibility of Vancouver's housing commitments matters, not just to Vancouver residents, but for everyone in the region who is watching. Remove the loopholes, keep the promise. Thank you, Council, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. You too. Okay, and number ending in 7330.
For speaker number 37, we got cut off.
What was your speaker number?
37, NASCA.
Nazca? Okay, and are you I thought you spoke already, Nazca?
NASCA spoke, but the translating part of her speech got cut off.
I think that a person had the opportunity at the time. We don't provide that after the fact, unfortunately. You need to be present when the person is actually speaking. Okay?
I was present. It got cut off.
Yes, unfortunately, we did provide an opportunity for that, and made space for that, but we can't do that after the fact. I'm sorry, that doesn't follow our procedure bylaw. But thank you very much. Okay.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, can you advise if there has been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not been.
There has not been. Okay. And at this point, I know that we've had Councillor join recently. I'm wondering if any council members need a short recess to review any additional comments. No. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Sorry, Councillor Dominato, are you trying to speak? Your audio's cutting out.
Yes, sorry, I turned my video off. We would need a recess.
Councillor Dominato, we're having difficulty hearing you.
Okay. Well, okay. I will try to sort that on my end. I will be ineligible to vote unless I can get a briefing on the speakers.
Okay, we can send that to you. Meanwhile, while that is taking place, I'm gonna close the receipt of public comments. And seeing there are few or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now closing the receipt of those comments. Okay, at this point, as the applicant, does the GM of planning or the designate have any closing comments?
Yeah, just a couple clarifications or comments.
We do recognize the concerns around the supply of affordable housing. We do note the report recommendations do not deter from this and will be reported back in future inclusionary framework. We also want to clarify the hotel changes included in this report are required as per Bill 16. The 15% density increase in the downtown ODP is a form of density bonusing and does need to change to a new tool such as floor area exclusions to comply with legislation. So we do want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for those helpful clarifications. Do staff have any closing comments?
No.
No. Okay. Do council have any final questions for staff? Councillor Maloney, please go ahead.
Thank you. So thanks for that clarification about that the hotel, the section regarding amenities bonuses for hotels is actually required as part of the provincial legislation. So it does have a place in this document. Listening to speakers, I think they'd probably appreciate some information about why it adds 5%. So if it's a translation of an existing requirement into the required new form by the provincial legislation, why is there an additional percentage?
I'll turn that to Sean Martinez.
Thank you, Councillor. Sean Martinez, the Employment Alliance team. So with the current 15%, there has been no take-up with regards to that existing bonus. In the past, we do have direction in the hotel development policy, section 3.1.4, to encourage event spaces to assist with economic development in the city. There's direction from the report on April 15th with regards to creating incentives for event spaces in back of house. So the increase from 15 to 20, the 5% additional, is in response to council's direction with regards to incentivizing these types of spaces.
And what's your view of the? So you're saying that there's been no take up of the 15%.
Not since the hotel development policy work has been initiated. Just to be clear, Councillor, the 15% is development under development permit, so that would be under current zoning.
All right, and so can you remind us of the basis on which council's direction was given, a report or evidence that that there is a requirement for encouraging these amenity spaces or facilities?
As the speaker from Destination Vancouver had stated, we would work closely with the Hotel Development Task Force as well as themselves. It has been through that engagement that it is clear that the event spaces are such that they are not being built. The hotels in general are a higher risk asset class, and hence the extra spaces such as event spaces and amenities do not generate the type of returns that would be directly attributable to, say, rooms. And so there is an additional incentive that is required with regards to applicants being able to bring forward such spaces, which are needed with regards to just being able to provide spaces for weddings and celebrations of locals and things like that. We just do not have currently enough of these spaces in the city.
I'll maybe just add, it's Chris Robertson, Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. This was all conveyed through economic testing we did as part of our hotel development policy work. And, during that work, it was clear that there were constraints on the provision of hotels in the downtown, and that there were efforts needed to help, offset those constraints. And this is one of those measures.
So that's evidence or study that's been done by the city rather than...
That's correct. Yeah, that work was done by the city with an external consultant that we hired to do economic testing with. And it was also further conveyed through the Hotel Development Task Force with that group as well, so, and their study work.
Okay. I think I've got only 30 seconds to go, so I might leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Orr, go ahead.
Thanks. So did I hear you correctly say in Bill 16 it mentions hotels? I can't find it anywhere in Bill 16.
It's more related to the fact that there currently is a density bonus for hotels in the downtown ODP that's no longer compliant with the legislation. So we're switching it to a different tool.
It's not in Bill 16. It's not provincial. It's just that our ODP the downtown ODP has to be streamlined, or it's just, I'm confused. It doesn't say anything about it.
It is in Bill 16 in the sense that it's a density bonus that needs to change.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Can you get clarity on some comments like that we heard? If we remove these density bonus tools, we need confidence that the replacement tools will continue to generate benefits. Like we're basically putting the cart before the horse here, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that it's important to take this into account with all the other changes we're making to development contribution tools. So in this report, we're replacing density bonusing with a new inclusionary zoning tool, which is going to support affordable housing. And then in the future, in July, you'll see updates to the other tools, and namely the introduction of the amenity cost charge, which will fund various amenities going forward.
So those are tools that the province has provided, and so no one has tested it. No municipalities that has to do this have tested them. Like this is the opportunity now to test them essentially, and that's in accordance with the legislation. Yeah. Can you remind me again? Maybe, and for the record, just for people, because there's a lot of talk about affordability. My understanding from the questions I was asking that there's the potential that this will increase affordability or increase the housing stock.
Yeah, particularly with the inclusionary zoning tool. Again, staff envision this will be cash contributions for affordable housing, which will advance, our affordable housing goals.
And then can you just, on the presentation, it says the city can choose the housing type, like the affordable housing type. Can you just provide some more color on that?
Yeah, for sure. So inclusionary zoning, there's kind of 3 different types of affordable housing you can require. So it's a percentage of social housing, a percentage of below market rental, and then also a percentage of affordable home ownership. So those 3 types are.
When does that come into play? When does the city make that sort of call or requirement?
Yeah, with the zoning changes that it would do. So for example, the R1 and FSD or RM8A and FC2E, it's a social housing percentage of social housing that we're offering.
So we're really increasing opportunities for social housing and non-market housing.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess sort of with my time remaining, it's similar to sort of the adoption of the ODP and the questions around that. What if we voted no on this?
Well, I think you would run the danger of not being compliant with the legislation. I think this is also an opportunity to use a tool that the province has provided to municipalities, inclusionary zoning, and making sure that's in place, after June 30th to secure that for affordable housing going forward.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Klassen, you're muted.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me now?
You can. Go ahead.
Very good. Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just first, 2 staff in the room there. Are members of our legal team available? And I know sometimes it takes a moment to get their attention if they are. I have a question for them, but I'll start with other questions. I just want to make you aware that I was going to ask a question of our legal team. I just the sort of the recurring theme that we heard from speakers throughout the evening and past public hearings is whether hotels place a unique pressure on the availability of housing availability and particularly affordable housing. I just wanted to know if perhaps the Director of Planning is there or other team members who can sort of speak to that thread, that conversation, if that is something that we as a council have to be aware of or live to or need to discuss with the applicants or with the speakers.
Yeah, Councillors Josh White here, General Manager Planning. Whether it's our ODP, our area plans, our Housing Vancouver strategy, our hotel development strategy, we believe through the changes we're making, we're creating sufficient capacity to deliver both outcomes, both sufficient delivery of housing to meet our targets, but also council's priority for hotels. We don't believe that's a zero-sum equation.
Thanks very much. I recognize that it was referred to as council's priority, but this is a local priority to make sure that we have a vibrant economy. I believe the Look West strategy for the province cites an increasing of our tourism, destination tourism economy. Hotels are a key part of that, I presume?
Correct.
Okay, so essentially creating jobs is the way that we would see some level of prosperity that come from them, notwithstanding the fact that we understand that people who work in the hospitality sector may face some struggles around affordability. So that question I asked earlier is,
Yes,
do we have a member of our...
we do have legal, Councillor Klassen, if you want to go ahead with
So
that.
it's my understanding from recent news reports that Unite Here 40 are now engaged in a legal dispute with the city of Vancouver over a recent approval of an application. Does that preclude city engaging in another level with to try and maybe inform them a little bit better around our work around affordable housing, or do we have to kind of keep a distance out of as a precautionary principle?
So this is Stacey McFarlane with Legal Services. Councillor, I can't speak specifically to that issue right now. What we can do is report back to council on that and what the opportunities are.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, no, it's Unite Here 40 who've made their presence known over the recent meetings, and a lot of the speakers are, my understanding, are here as a result of their advocacy. Have been, and in fact, I think the opening speaker tonight was a leader from that organization, and they did bring up specific concerns around whether the policy conflicts with the desire around improving housing affordability. I do think it would be beneficial for the city to engage with the organization. But anyway, I won't go any further in there. I hear you, Chair, very much. Thanks very much. I guess
I just want you to be able to use your question time specifically for questions, Councillor.
Yeah,
We
no,
will
I
have
hear
time
that.
for comments later.
I've got 60 seconds left here. With regards to our, thanks very much, Stacey, for that. Just back to our planning staff, in terms of conveying how affordable housing policy does integrate with our overall drive to improve the availability of hotel and housing, is there a way that we can get that message across in a fashion that, maybe we can get some of these questions answered before people come in here?
Councillor Josh here again. I think I think that's a matter of communication, and I think we can endeavor as staff and as a municipality to speak proactively about how we can achieve those ends. If that's what you're seeking, we can take that away and consider how to best do that.
Thanks very much. Yeah, those are two areas that I've put forward in these comments here. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Okay, Clerk, have we received any additional public comments since the close of public comments?
We have not.
Okay, thank you. And just checking in with Councillor Dominato, if you were able to receive the requested summary and review that, if you feel you're able to vote?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thanks for confirming. Council, we will now make the decision on the application. Do we have a mover for the recommendations? Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Montague. Council members, is there any discussion? Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks to staff for bringing this forward, and thanks for answering all the questions, and thanks for all the speakers. I'll be supporting, but with some reservations. I know that this is really not really optional in terms of the province's Bill 16 requiring municipalities to update their density bonuses by June 30th, and if we fail to do so, we risk creating uncertainty, and that there's a lot of positives here in terms of density bonusing. Has always been or has been criticized as being opaque and unpredictable and difficult for the public to understand. And that this kind of moves us toward a more clearer system of inclusionary zoning that may provide greater certainty for housing delivery and for more affordable housing income outcomes. And I'm encouraged to hear that there's been attempts to preserve affordable housing requirements while reducing that complexity in the system. And I'm encouraged by the new inclusionary zoning tool as well, and that could potentially deliver more non-market and social housing. Ultimately, this was a compliance measure. It's not the final word on how growth should pay for infrastructure, amenities, and affordable housing. So, there's always opportunity to revisit that with the financing growth update later on this year. So, with that, I will be supporting, but I will like to ask the clerks to sever out recommendation B, subsection 3.
B3, is that correct? Thank you, Councillor Orr. And that concludes your comments?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to particularly acknowledge all the public speakers that called in tonight that are enduring long commutes to work in the city. And I know that the city is doing a lot to increase the supply of affordable housing, but I know that the decades of lack of senior government investment in social housing is not only a real problem, but not looking like it's changing enough anytime soon. So I'm very deeply sympathetic to the people who are frustrated that they can't live close to the city, they can't afford it. I was reassured by the staff assuring us that the amenities in hotels are not profitable and need incentivising, and they are something that the city needs for things like events and weddings. So that explanation was very helpful. So if we don't vote in favour of this, we will be out of compliance. And I think that's what this public hearing is about. That being said, I think that there are some really legitimate concerns being raised by our public speakers who are calling in and probably lack a forum to express their frustrations elsewhere and feel heard. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Klassen.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you, staff, and thanks to the speakers. And there is a risk of people losing faith in the process here. So, I mean, our currency is really on communication and making sure that the public is aware of the initiatives that are going on. And as we know, affordability doesn't end at Boundary Road. It exists in challenges exist in Burnaby, Coquitlam, Surrey, and other communities around the Lower Mainland. But the work that we're doing here in the city, I think, is laudable. But the ability to try and get that point across, so people are not feeling left out, understanding that there is a dedicated attempt to try and make sure that we are complying both with provincial policy, and my understanding of the history of this policy is that it stems back to the Premier himself, who as housing minister met with industry leadership regularly to try and formulate a kind of clarity that the ACCs and other these policies are attempting to bring forward to make sure that people are really clear that where public benefits exist. So I'll stop there, only to say that I appreciate the very clear message that we have to work hard on both growing our economy, whether it's through hotel development or otherwise, and making sure that we have an ample supply of affordable housing and the policies in place to support it. And I think supporting this goes to in some length to try and accomplish that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And thanks to councillors online for ensuring your video is enabled to ensure eligibility for voting. I'm now going to call the vote. Councillors, if you can please vote online. I'm sorry, I should specify. We are voting first on B3, which was asked to be severed. So we will do our first vote on B3 only.
Chair, I'll take a vote assist in favor because my Crestron platform isn't working. Thank you.
Okay. I think the clerks have that, correct? Okay. That passes with Councillor Orr in opposition. And now we will move to vote on all of the remaining clauses as a collective. If you can please vote on screen.
And again, I'll take a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And that passes with none in opposition and Mayor Sim, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Fry absent. Okay, everybody, that completes item number 1 this evening. We will now move on to item number 2, which is a Vancouver ODP amendment and CD1 rezoning for 1745 West 8th Avenue. And before we begin this item, if anybody believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody have one to disclose? I am not seeing any. I will now ask the clerk to read the application and the summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Amacon Construction for the site at 1745 West 8th Avenue to change the generalized land use designation in the Vancouver Official Development Plan from Mixed Use High Rise 1 to Mixed Use High Rise 2 and to rezone from C3A District to CD1 District to permit a 31 and 29-story mixed-use development containing 441 strata titled residential units, 98 in-kind social housing units, and 37 space-in-kind child care facility, and a commercial space on the ground floor. A floor space ratio of 8.56 and a height of 102 meters are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to conditions set out in the summary and recommendation of the Yellow Memorandum dated May 29, 2026, entitled Vancouver ODP Amendment and CD1 Rezoning, 1745 West 8th Avenue, Council considerations when amending as an ODP. The following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing. 44 pieces of correspondence in support, 36 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thanks very much. I will now make my first call for speakers. Those who wish to speak to council about this item can please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before close of the speakers list, and the phone number will also be displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We now have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Council and Acting Chair. My name is Chi Chan. I'm the rezoning planner for this application. The site is outlined in red, is a single parcel bound by West 8th Avenue, Pine Street, and West 7th and a rear lane. It's currently developed as a 3-story commercial office building. The surrounding area consists of a mix of low to mid-rise commercial and mixed-use buildings, as well as rental and strata buildings. The future South Granville SkyTrain station is located 400 meters to the southeast at Broadway and Granville Street, just off the screen to the bottom right. Under the Vancouver Official Development Plan, this site is currently designated as Mixed Use High Rise 1, which supports building heights up to 26 stories. An amendment to the ODP to change the designation to mixed-use high-rise 2, which permits building heights greater than 26 stories, is required to support this proposal. The proposal is being considered under the Broadway Plan. Redevelopment under the plan anticipates strata residential housing with a minimum of 20% of the floor area for social housing, an FSR of 7.5, and a height up to 26 stories. Provision of a privately owned public space was also anticipated by the plan for this site. This application is for a mixed-use development with 31 and 29-story towers connected by podium. The recommended building height is 335 and 302 feet respectively for the two towers, with a density of 8.56 FSR. The application proposes 441 strata units, 98 in-kind social housing units, a 37-space in-kind childcare facility, commercial retail space along West 7th Avenue and Pine Street, and a 5,000 square foot privately owned public space at the southeast corner. Please note there are no hotel units in this application. The relaxations of the plan's maximum height and FSR are supported here in order to help to deliver the social housing, childcare, and larger privately owned public space. Under the Vancouver Charter, consultation opportunities must be provided for persons, organizations, and authorities affected by an ODP amendment. Council directed staff to consult with the Vancouver School Board, the Conseil Scolaire Francophone, and the Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Following those consultations, the school board noted that there are some capacity shortages anticipated at the secondary catchment school of Kitsilano Secondary, but not at the primary school. VSB employs several strategies to mitigate enrollment pressures, including reducing out-of-catchment enrollment, relocating district choice programs, adjusting catchment boundaries, undertaking renovations, and deploying portables. No other comments were received from the other groups by the end of the consultation period. During the public engagement period for this rezoning application, support was expressed for new housing, for the suitability of the location for additional density, and that it's well served by existing amenities and transit in the area. Concerns were related to the building height, shadowing, and views, and that existing infrastructure could not support the additional density and traffic and safety issues. In response, the proposal meets the intent of the Broadway Plan, and the increased height supports the delivery of the in-kind social housing, the childcare facility, and the larger privately owned public space. The proposed towers do not shadow any public schools, parks, or village high streets, and the towers don't enter into any protected public views. On infrastructure, the Broadway Plan contains a public benefit strategy outlining the public amenities and infrastructure sought over the 30-year life of the plan. And in terms of traffic and safety, this proposal is well sited in proximity to the future rapid transit station and along current bike routes to reduce personal vehicle use. New expanded sidewalks are also planned along all street frontages adjacent to this development. The total anticipated public benefits from this project is approximately $70 million. This is comprised of approximately $57 million for the in-kind social housing and childcare facilities, 12 million DCLs, and 800,000 in public art. The other public benefit is a new 5,000 square foot privately owned public space. In conclusion, the proposal meets the intent of the Broadway Plan, and staff support this application subject to the conditions contained in the report. Please note there is a yellow memo with this attached to this application. Staff and the applicant team are available to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, would the applicant like to present the application?
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Stepan Vdovin. I'm Vice President at Amacon. As you might know, Amacon is a second-generation Vancouver-based real estate development and hospitality company, and I know many of you have been to places we've built, own, and operate across Vancouver. I have with me here tonight our applicant's team, including John Reed, Development Manager, as well as the team from CDA, our architect. Staff have done a great job of highlighting the project, but I just want to highlight some things that we are particularly proud of. When we acquired this site several years ago, we knew that as one of the largest sites in Broadway Plan, our proposal would have to be exceptional on delivering objectives laid out by city planners in the Broadway Plan. Now, we often hear the term highest and best use, a somewhat abstract concept that doesn't immediately connect to meaning and describe results. So let me tell you why we think this proposal is, in fact, the highest and best use proposal for this site. First of all, outside of the benefits of market and commercial uses, there are almost 100 units of turnkey to the city, non-market housing, which could be homes for first responders, healthcare workers, teachers, seniors, and families. It's one of the few, if not the only projects in the Broadway corridor that delivers this kind of public benefit. Then there's a childcare facility for 37 children, which with the state-of-the-art indoor and outdoor spaces. Again, turnkey to the city. This benefit is not a requirement of the Broadway Plan, but we believe that in a city where finding a licensed space for your child is akin to winning a lottery, this contribution is essential to supporting a vibrant and growing city. Add to that, there's a large outdoor publicly accessible green space with a plaza for people to gather and take in their neighborhood. Combined between the public green space and the secured outdoor childcare playground, over 20% of the site's footprint is dedicated to just the outdoor components of public amenities. All in, as you've seen, staff value these contributions to be more than $70 million. And last, but certainly not least, unlike many proposals you've seen under the Broadway Plan that seek to renew aging housing stock, this proposal does not impact any at all, existing tenants, meaning no displacement and the challenges that are presented by that to residents. All of this just steps away from transit, community centers, schools, libraries, Seawall, Granville Island. And so with this proposal, we believe you have an opportunity to take a meaningful step in building a greater city. I think you'll agree with me that placemaking is ultimately about people. And long after this council is gone and the project is built, young families will move into this neighborhood. Children will make memories, grow up, fall in love, and start their own families and age in dignity in a home you have a chance to approve today. And while they may not know the people who made that possible, they will know the great places that gave them best lives. We thank them much, and we look forward to answering any questions you have.
Great, thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, council, are there any questions to staff or the applicant? And I will remind council, this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions of the applicant. Councilor Orr, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. My question is going to be about the original proposal having 107 social housing units, which was 20% of the residential floor area, and the new proposal being 98 and only having 17.9. And whether or not that's because the previous proposal didn't meet several sort of objectives of the Broadway Plan, and that the new proposal meets the other, like some of the other sort of objectives, like the public space and the larger childcare facility. Is that accurate? Is that just like there's a trade? You did a sort of a trade off to get more out of it, kind of thing, or?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. It is essentially a trade-off, and staff judged that it was a fair trade-off.
Okay, so we're still getting 98 units of social housing units on on a location that didn't have any displacement as the applicant talked about. And do we have any sort of I guess probably not at this point, but any sort of and this maybe could be for the applicant, on what the privately owned public space could look like? Do we have any sort of window into that?
At this point, we do have a sort of a open design, but it will be developed further at the development permit stage. The applicant could speak to that if they wanted to.
Yeah, I think we would defer to staff on design components that would be required, but I assume it's predominantly green space.
Predominantly green space? Okay. Thanks for that. That's all my questions. I might have more after. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had a question about the childcare facility. Is that a private childcare facility? If so, is it guaranteed within the bylaw, will it be, or is it just a commercial space that's contemplated to be used for childcare?
Thank you for the question. It's an in-kind facility that's being turned over to the city.
Fantastic, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yes, thank you. Just a question for staff, just so I'm understanding the application correctly. They are seeking additional height, and that's why we're here to do the ODP amendment. Is it the privately owned public space? Is it the childcare? Is it the social housing? I'm just wondering what aspect or public benefit in this project is allowing for that additional height, or why you're recommending approval.
Thank you for the question. I'm not certain that we could tease out it was just one of those elements that required it. It was the combination of the three, definitely. And given the current market conditions, that the applicant came to us and said, to deliver these public benefits, we need just a little bit more height and density.
Okay. And how unusual is it in Broadway Plan right now to have a large strata proposal come forward like this?
It is not unusual. Sorry. I will turn that over to my colleague, John Grottenberg, too.
John Grottenberg, Broadway Plan team. If I can just clarify, you asked, is this an unusual type of project?
In Broadway Plan.
It is, yes. There are very few, if any, projects like this.
Okay. So just so I'm recalling correctly, with rental projects, for example, we would not be able to, say, deliver like childcare and a publicly owned space and social housing. Usually would just be below market, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a question myself. And this is probably to staff, I think, best. So allows up to 26 stories. This is 29 and 31. Simplistic, I guess, summary, but it's fair to say that if it was less height, less community amenities. Is that a fair statement?
It is a possible trade-off. One of the community amenities that we couldn't flex on is the childcare. We have a minimum 37 space size, and they needed to meet that. Certainly, there could be less social housing, but I think that's not what staff were seeking either.
No, but I'm saying if the proposal was not at the height that is being requested, the city would not achieve the full package of community amenities. Likely, is that a fair statement?
That is a fair characterization of the proposal in front of us.
Okay, so it is a trade-off. Okay, that's clear. Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions from council at this point, so I'm going to make my second call for speakers. The number is 1-833-353-8610. The participant code is 10614450. Before the close of the speakers list, the phone number will be displayed during the recess. We will now hear from the public. If we have any speakers in the council chamber, they can come forward to the podium on the left when it is your turn. A reminder, you can adjust the podium height. For phone-in speakers, please remember we will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. All speakers have up to 5 minutes maximum to make your comments. Should limit them to the merits of the report being considered. And our first speaker has withdrawn. So we will start with Yumi Yamagami in person. Hi.
Hello.
Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, council and everyone. My name is Yumi Yamagami, and I live in Kitsilano and Fairview area. I support adding more housing and rental housing in Vancouver. However, I am concerned that the current tower-heavy approach proposed for this project is not balanced, family-friendly, or compatible with a long-term livability of the neighborhood. The proposed neighborhood has already accepted substantial density. There are already several 11-story apartment buildings surrounding this site. The question is not whether we add housing. The question is why the next step must be towers nearly 3 times as tall. There is a reasonable middle ground. The proposed development at 1745 West 8th Avenue would introduce 2 towers of approximately 29 and 31 stories. along with approximately 500 parking and loading stalls into an area that was never designed for this level of intensification. Residents are understandably concerned about the additional vehicle traffic, congestion, and impacts on local streets that could result from development of this scale. I would like to understand whether the City of Vancouver and the applicant seriously evaluated mid-rise alternatives that could provide substantial housing growth while reducing demolition waste, construction complexity, shadowing, neighborhood impacts, and embodied carbon by utilizing existing Level 2 parkade. Residents are concerned about increased shadowing, wind impacts, traffic, privacy concerns, and additional pressure on parks, schools, and public infrastructure. Population growth must be synchronized with the infrastructure investment, not approved first and addressed later. I am also concerned about the practical livability of these towers. The proposal appears to include only 2 elevators per tower for buildings approaching 30 stories. This may seem like a small detail, but it directly affects daily life. I currently live in an 11-story building with approximately 100 units and 2 elevators. Even in this building of that size, elevator wait times can already be significant, especially when one elevator is out of service or being used for move-ins and move-outs. That experience makes me question whether 2 elevators are sufficient for towers nearly 3 times as tall. Urban design directly affects family life and community well-being. Human-scale neighborhoods encourage children to play outdoors, interact with neighbors, and develop social connections. In high-rise environments, families can become more dependent on elevators, spend less time outdoors spontaneously, and face additional barriers to everyday community interaction. Vancouver should carefully consider whether tower-heavy planning creates the kind of child-friendly communities we want in the long term. I believe Vancouver can add housing through more balanced forms of density, including mid-rise apartments and other forms of missing-middle housing that add density while preserving livability and neighborhood character. The city once recognized that preserving neighborhood scale was important to urban livability. We should not abandon those lessons. Growth should enhance communities, not erase qualities that make them successful, livable, and attractive in the first place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Yumi, for speaking to council. Speaker 2 is Ronan Hannigan on the phone.
Yes, hello.
Sorry,
Hello?
Ronan, one
Hello.
moment. Yes, thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Yeah, I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal, not because Vancouver doesn't need more housing, but because Vancouver needs more affordable housing. And I've got my Don Draper Award of the evening goes to the applicant who somehow managed to convey requirements that the city puts upon developers to provide in-kind, amenities to the city and the population of Vancouver as something that they were, doing out of the kindness of their hearts, and things that they stand to make a great deal of money on, such as building this development as some sort of public service. In reality, for years, residents have been told that if we just keep giving the real estate development industry what they want, they will eventually make housing affordable. Yet rents have continued to rise, homeownership continues to decline and move into the hands of only the wealthy, and working class people are moving out of our city. This proposal follows the same pattern. This project delivers a substantial amount of new market housing, while only a limited portion is secured as social housing. The result is a development that will generate significant value for our developer friend, but is far less certain to generate anything that addresses the affordability crisis in Vancouver. The question before council should not simply be whether this project adds housing units. The question should be whether it adds the kind of housing Vancouver desperately needs. The developer spoke about, first responders and, service workers and, all these people like we like to lionize living in there. Well, I'm going to tell you right now that they're not going to be living in there. They're going to be commuting an hour and a half from Surrey like they are already. People with fixed incomes are not going to be living there. Young families of perhaps people with $300,000 a year salaries might be moving into these places. But I can tell you that young families are leaving Vancouver, and Amicon knows that. And they know that young families don't have the kind of purse strings that is needed to buy their developments. Many of these residents that they were speaking about often don't qualify for subsidized housing. This project does nothing to address any of these things. We are repeatedly told that private development will solve the affordability crisis, yet the affordability crisis has continued to worsen during one of the largest development booms in Vancouver's history. More luxury and market housing has not translated into affordable housing for ordinary residents. If council is prepared to grant significant increases in height, density, and land value, then the public should receive a stronger benefit in return. That should mean a substantially larger portion of permanently affordable housing, not simply the minimum amount necessary to make the project acceptable, and in fact, in this case, a little bit less. Public policy should be guided by the needs of the residents, and including many of the people who live along Broadway, who may or may not be calling in tonight, not by what maximizes returns for developers like Amicon. Vancouver's housing crisis is not primarily a shortage of investment opportunities. It is a shortage of homes that ordinary people can afford. Council has an opportunity to send a clear message that future rezonings must deliver real affordability. Until this proposal contains a significantly greater commitment to permanently affordable housing, I don't believe it serves the public interest. I perhaps futilely urge council to reject this application in its current form and require a proposal that puts affordability first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronan. Speaker 4, Josephine Christie.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Can you advise if you are a resident or not of Vancouver, please?
I'm a resident of Coquitlam.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hi. Okay, so I am speaking in opposition to this proposal. Like many people in Metro Vancouver, I want to see more housing built, including affordable and social housing. That's why I think it's important to ensure that when major exceptions to existing plans are granted, the public benefits are truly proportional to what is being approved. I'm concerned about the scale of the changes being proposed and what they could mean for the integrity of the planning process, the surrounding neighborhood, and public confidence in how development decisions are made. This proposal would increase the allowable building height from 30 feet to 335 feet. That is more than a tenfold increase and represents a dramatic departure from the existing zoning framework. The project also requires both an amendment to the official development plan and a site-specific CD1 rezoning. While planning policies can evolve over time, repeatedly creating site-specific exceptions risks undermining the predictability and consistency that residents expect from the planning process. This proposal would substantially increase the density allowed on the site, nearly tripling the amount of floor space that can be built. Such a significant increase creates considerable additional development potential and land value. In my view, Council should carefully consider whether the public benefits being offered are proportional to the value being granted. I recognize that the project includes social housing and childcare spaces, both of which are important and worthwhile objectives. However, my understanding is that of the 539, I believe, housing units proposed, only 98 would be social housing, while the majority would be market strata units. Given the scale of the requested increase in height and density, it's reasonable to ask whether the public benefits justify the extent of the exception being sought. I'm also concerned about the broader impacts of a development of this size. Nearly 540 housing units, along with commercial space and childcare facilities, will place additional demands on local streets, transit, parks, schools, and other community infrastructure. These impacts should be carefully considered alongside potential benefits of the project. There's also questions about neighborhood fit and livability. Two towers of 29 and 31 stories may be out of scale with surrounding development and could set a precedent for similar tower rezonings in the future. Buildings reaching 335 feet can affect sunlight, views, privacy, and the overall experience of nearby residents and businesses. More broadly, I'm concerned about planning by exception. When height and density limits are repeatedly exceeded through site-specific amendments and rezonings, it can create uncertainty for residents and weaken public confidence in long-term planning policies. For these reasons, I believe this proposal will result in an extraordinary increase in height and density through a site-specific rezoning while delivering predominantly market-rate housing rather than a significant amount of affordable housing. I'm concerned about the precedent it may set, its fit within the surrounding area, and whether the public benefits are proportional to the value being granted to the developer. I urge Council to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 5, Steve Cashmore.
Hi again. Thank you. My name is Steve Cashmore, and I live and work in Vancouver. I'm here because this project reflects a larger problem facing workers and people in the city. The proposal contains 441 strata condos. Most of those units will be sold in one of the most expensive housing markets in North America. Meanwhile, the amount of social housing has been reduced below the minimum standard established in the Broadway plan. Workers are constantly told that new housing supply will solve affordability, but many workers cannot afford new market condos. The people who keep the city running, hospitality workers, healthcare workers, childcare workers, retail workers, tradespeople, service workers, needs housing they can actually afford. This is why the 20% social housing requirement matters. The original proposal met the requirement. The revised proposal does not. At some point, a requirement that is frequently waived stops being a requirement. It becomes a suggestion. And that undermines public confidence in the planning process. I believe Vancouver needs more housing, but we need the right mix of housing. Approving hundreds of additional market condos while reducing the affordable housing component is not the right direction. If this project is going to receive additional height and additional density, then the public should receive the full affordable housing benefit that the city policy requires. I find it troubling that the changes made to improve the project resulted in more condos and fewer social housing units. If the council is going to grant substantial increases in height and density, the public should receive more affordability, not less. Approving this application would reward a developer for reducing the affordable housing component while increasing the market component. This is the opposite of what residents expect during a housing crisis. I urge Council to defend its own policy and require full compliance with the 20% social housing requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Speaker 6, Michelle Travis. No, Michelle?
Hello?
Is that Michelle?
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yes, my name is Michelle Travis. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in opposition to the rezoning at 1745 West 8th unless significant changes are made to strengthen its social housing commitments. To be clear, I recognize that the revised application includes some improvements. The child care facility has been expanded to a full 37-space child care center, which is what's required. However, this should not come at the expense of the project's social housing commitment. The central issue is simple. The project is being justified on the basis of delivering public benefits, yet the most important public benefit, the social housing component, has been reduced below what the Broadway plan contemplates, while the project simultaneously seeks substantially more height and density than the plan allows. The Broadway plan anticipated the projects proceeding under the inclusionary housing option would provide a minimum of 20% of residential floor area social housing. The original application met that target. The revised application does not. Instead, social housing has been reduced to 17.9% of residential floor area. And at the same time, the project is seeking tower heights up to 31 stories, where the Broadway plan contemplates 26 stories. In other words, the public benefit is declining while the development value is going up. Staff acknowledge that the social housing component has been reduced and state that the reduction is necessary to support project viability, but the public is not provided with the evidence needed to evaluate that claim. Council is being asked to accept a reduction in public benefit based on viability claims that we need more information about. The report repeatedly refers to the units, under the city's definition, 30% of the social housing units must be rented to households at or below BC housing income limits, and the remaining 70% may be rented at rates up to market. Just a question about whether the 70% of those units will be rented at below market rates, or will they be allowed to rent it at the market rate. The report also acknowledges the extraordinary cost of housing on Vancouver's west side, with rents approaching $4,900 a month for newer 3-bedroom units. Yet there are no binding commitments guaranteeing deeper affordability for low-income households or residents at risk of displacement. Instead, the staff state that they intend to work with senior government to look for opportunities to deepen affordability down the line. I'm also concerned that certain elements of the social housing component remain unresolved. The conditions of approval identify deficiency requiring further work, including inadequate amenity space, missing support facilities, and other issues. They go directly to the livability and long-term success of the social housing component. Council is being asked to approve a project that exceeds the Broadway plan limits because of its public benefits, but once the social housing contribution falls below policy expectations, much of it still operating at market rents, the justification for those exemptions become a bit weaker. At a minimum, we think Council should require full public disclosure of the financial viability here, used to justify reducing the social housing component below the Broadway plan expectations, and ensure that there are binding affordability commitments prior to approval and resolve the outstanding social housing design issues. We think Council should be very cautious about establishing a precedent where developers receive additional height and density while negotiating down the very public benefits that were intended to justify those exceptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 7, Elfina Lambertus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elfina Lambertus. I live in Vancouver, and I'm a single mother working in Vancouver hospitality industry. I am here tonight because this application raises a question that is very personal to me. Who is Vancouver being built for? I work hard, I pay my taxes, I raise my child, I contribute to the economy and to this tourism industry that this city depends on. But if it's working full-time, housing is the concerned source of stress in my life. Every month, I worry about my rent. Every month, I make difficult choices about children, childcare, grocery, transportation, and household expenses. Like many hospital workers, my wage have not kept up with housing costs. I know co-workers who have moved further and further away from Vancouver because they simply cannot afford to live near their job anymore. Some spend hours commuting every day. Others have left the city altogether. So when I heard that development is proving social housing, I pay attention because social housing is not an abstract planning concept to people like me. It represents opportunity. It represents stability. It represents the possibility that working family might actually be able to remain in the community where they work. That's why I was disappointed to learn that the original proposal for this project, including more social housing than what is represent to you tonight. The original application, including 107 social housing units and meet the Broadway plan requirement that at least 20% of resident floor area being social housing. The reverse proposal reduced the social housing component to 98 units or 17.9% of resident floor area. At the same time, the number of strata units increased. In other words, the affordable housing portion went down while the market housing portion went up. I find that difficult to understand. Council offer here that we are in the housing affordability crisis. I think everyone in this room agree that it is true. If we are in affordable crisis, should we be trying to maximize affordable housing rather than reducing it? If a project is receiving additional height and density beyond what was original planned, shouldn't the public benefit be increasing rather than shrinking? I understand that staff have concluded this reduction is supportable because of project viability. But I will ask Council to think about the viability of working family. The Broadway plan, stability, a clear expectation for the social housing. If Council approves a lower amount here, future application will be undoubtable point to this decision and ask for similar expectation. Over time, those expectations add up. A few units here, a few units there. Eventually, the city falls short of the affordable housing goal it promised residents. I am not asking Council to reject housing. I support more housing. But I also believe that when the city has an opportunity to...
Speaker, Speaker,
Yes.
thank you for speaking. You are at time. We have to be fair to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Yes, you too. Speaker number 10, Hao Nguyen. Oh, sorry. I should have said speaker number 8, Betty Kilban.
Speaker number 8 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Okay, speaker 10, Hao Nguyen.
Speaker 10 is not on the line.
Is not on the line. Speaker 11, Sumin Choi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Sumin. Can you advise if you are a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
Oh, I'm living in Banazi.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, hello, good evening. My name is Sue and I live and work in this area. I am speaking today because I'm concerned about the proposed rezoning at 1745 Western 8th Avenue and what it says about the city's approach to housing. Vancouver is facing a housing crisis. People are struggling to find homes they can afford. Renters are facing increasing costs, and many residents are worried about whether they will be able to remain in this city long term. Because of that, I believe that when council approves major increases in height and density should be clear and substantial public benefit. What concerns me about this proposal is that it remains heavily weighted toward market condominium development. That raises an important question. If the project is getting larger, why is the amount of non-market housing getting smaller? Before I moving here, I saw the exact same housing crisis in South Korea. In South Korea, many luxury high-rise buildings are constantly built in the same city center. However, the price is too high for ordinary people and youth to afford. In the end, those new buildings often remained empty. They built taller buildings, but they did not consider the actual people who need housing. When I look at this proposal, I see the same pattern here in Vancouver. Housing supply should not just be about developer profit, it must be about whether ordinary residents can actually afford it. Young newcomers like me face a huge financial barrier as soon as we arrive. We work hard in essential service sector in cafe, restaurant, local shop, and print shop, providing the core ladder that keeps this city running. Yeah, with service sector raises, it is very difficult to afford the current rent in Vancouver. Because of this housing insecurity, many young people around me have to move multiple times or live in overcrowded and poor conditions. Many young people come here because they love Vancouver, but they leave earlier simply because they cannot afford the housing cost. If young workers continue to leave, Vancouver's local economy communities will lose their vitality. I understand that Vancouver needs more housing. However, not all housing addresses the crisis in the same way. The housing rate facing working people, students, and families is not a lack of luxury condominium. It is need for housing that people can actually afford. I am worried that this project is built taller buildings, but it does not give enough public housing. I want to ask Council to question, why do we get more luxury condos and less social housing? And how does this project fix Vancouver's housing problem? If the city allows bigger buildings, the public must get real affordable housing in return. Please think about this balance carefully. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. And before we continue with speakers, I just want to outline a couple of options for council this evening. I'm advised by the clerks that we just have a handful of speakers on the line. A reminder to council that we have three options in front of us, which is to finish at 10 o'clock and go to a reserve date. We can extend to hear remaining speakers. We have a few. We could have a few more join, but we only have a few now. That requires a 2/3 vote of the councillors present, so that would be 6 of 8 councillors. And it would be unanimous vote to hear debate and decision. I also want to let council know, in considering their options, that should we finish tonight, the decision and debate, if it is not unanimous to finish including voting, the decision could be either go to tomorrow's council meeting or it could go to a reserve date on June the 10th. So those are the options in front of council. And before we proceed further, I'd like to see what the will of council is and see if any council member would like to make a motion on any of those options. Okay, I'm going to take the cue first, Councillor Meisner. So Councillor Montague, you have the floor.
I'll let Councillor Maloney go first here.
Councillor Maloney?
I will not be staying past 10 and don't agree to extend past 10.
Okay, and okay, including for hearing speakers?
Including for anything. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner?
Move to complete.
You are moving to clarify to complete the item would require unanimous, so that's
I
not.
understand, but
Okay, well, we'll put that motion first.
Forward anyways.
It will be the will of the body, so that will likely fail based on what we've heard. But you still want to move that motion?
I guess not. Yeah. Sorry, it's been a long day.
I understand. Would you like to move to complete speakers?
I would.
Yes, so that's moved by Councillor Meisner and that's seconded by Councillor Dominato. Is there any discussion on extending to complete the speakers? And also Councillor Meisner, are you adding to that and then refer debate and decision to tomorrow's council meeting or to the reserve date on June the 10th? And make sure we cover all of our procedure here.
I think it would, I'm not sure we'll have quorum tomorrow due to FCM. Yep, but several of us are leaving tomorrow. So, I'm not sure if I'm best placed to make a decision.
Okay, we can do this. Let's do this in two parts. Maybe that make this a bit simpler for everybody. So we've got a motion on the floor from Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Dominato, to extend past 10 to complete speakers. And Councillor Klassen, do you have comments on that before we vote?
Just to clarify, based upon Councillor Meisner's comments, would this council item be moved to the beginning of the standing committee agenda tomorrow? Can the clerk confirm that?
We are going to deal with that. I was mentioning we're going to deal with that separately. We're going to deal with extending for speakers, and then we'll come back to that.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so I'm asking, we're asking for a vote now. Let's vote. Councillor Dominato, I don't see you on the queue. You are, yes, you are now. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
You know what, Chair, I'll come back on for the second portion of this vote. I'll get the clerks to add me back on for the second portion of the vote. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, if you can just please vote on screen with respects to extending to complete speakers this evening.
I'll take a vote as in favor, please, clerks.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry? Councillor Orr, can you register your vote? Okay, so that passes because it requires a 2/3 vote, which is 6 of 8 councillors participating, with councillors Orr and Maloney in opposition. So we will extend tonight to complete the speakers. We will now deal with the with guidance from the clerks with respects to when the decision can be referred to.
Thank you, Chair. So debate and decision could be referred to the council meeting following standing committee tomorrow, Wednesday, as unfinished business.
Okay.
Can I please be added to the queue, Chair, for this item?
Yep. Just 1 second, Councillor Dominato. Clerks are just adding you on. Yep, please go ahead.
Clerks, I'll be, I think, chairing the majority of tomorrow's meeting, but I understand we have a presentation, and I'm just wanting to get a sense of how many hours we anticipate tomorrow's standing committee meeting will be, because I think we also have a number of member motions, and that'll determine whether because I was actually going to suggest that we refer this to next week, just given tomorrow's agenda.
Councillor Dominato, so tomorrow's standing committee meeting does have a fairly full agenda and is expected to go possibly past 5 into the evening. The next reconvene date would be, the next reserve date would be June 10th. But since today's council meeting is reconvening to June 9th, the only remaining reserve date before the break that takes place in June is June 10th. So if this hearing needed to reconvene to June 10th, that would remove that as a reconvene option for tomorrow's standing committee meeting, which may also need that date. So if if debate and decision for this public hearing were referred to tomorrow's council meeting following the standing committee meeting, then it could be included as a full parcel. And if needed, tomorrow's standing committee meeting could be then recessed until that June 10th reserve date with debate and decision from today's public hearing included.
Okay, I see your point. Okay, well, in that case, I would, Chair, move that we refer debate and decision of this item to tomorrow's standing committee meeting as unfinished business.
So moved by Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Montague. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll take that to a vote.
And clerks, I'll take a vote assist in favor, please.
Okay, can I get Councillor Orr and Councillor Maloney to register your votes, please? Councillor Maloney, we're not showing yours at this point. Oh, we are now. Thank you. Okay, so that passes with only Councillor Maloney in opposition. Okay, thanks, Council. We've completed the housekeeping. We will now move on with speakers, and that brings us to speaker number 12, correct? Clerks? Okay, speaker 12, Charles Okonga Ayaya.
Speaker 12 is not on the line.
Not on the line. Speaker 13, Kirsten Lebrun.
Speaker 13 is not on the line.
Speaker 14, Allison Hartford.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Allison. Yes, we can. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver or not, please?
No, I'm a resident of Burnaby.
Okay.
I'll try to be quick. I'm a resident of Burnaby. I own a business in Vancouver. I'll be speaking in opposition to the report recommendations. My first concern is that the rezoning proposal does not meet the 20% social housing requirement. I feel like this sends the message to developers that meeting this requirement is optional and can be reduced on a project-to-project basis. Time and again, developers have chosen to prioritize profits over the needs of Vancouver citizens and have failed to ensure livability and affordability in this already expensive city, which is why the city government is responsible for holding them accountable and ensuring that they meet these requirements. The market strata units will be priced out of reach for most families and working people. This does not work towards the city's goal of increasing access to housing for its residents. At this time, there's no shortage of luxury condos available for purchase in this city. What is in short supply is social housing and affordable housing. It would be nice if more people who work in Vancouver could also afford to live here. As a business owner, I can say that years ago, all of our employees lived in the city of Vancouver, and now none of them do. My next concern is that this rezoning will allow for a marked change in this neighborhood with tall towers, increased density, and traffic congestion. Thousands more people in this area will add stress to infrastructure and utilities. We are already in stage 3 water usage restrictions. How does increasing the strain on our systems address long-term sustainability? The plan does include the child care spaces, but what about all the other needs of a growing community and quality of life into the future, including the overcrowding issues with secondary schools in the area? Towers this tall will drastically change the look and feel of the neighborhood and surely pave the way for more developments of this size in this and other areas that value a more residential feel as opposed to a tightly packed downtown landscape. Just because it's the most profitable approach for developers doesn't mean that it's necessarily a good thing for residents. In addition, I feel that making these changes to the official development plan will erode the confidence that citizens have in the future of their city and the trust that they have in council. The long-term livability of Vancouver should be considered for all of its residents, not just the very wealthy. I hope that the council will reject this rezoning application and instead focus on affordable housing options that are more appropriate for the city and its residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Speaker 15, Carmelita Galopin.
Speaker 15 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 16, Nedi Uday.
Speaker 16 is not on the line.
Speaker 17 is withdrawn. Speaker 18, Ziyu Zheng.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Speaker 19, Ivan Diaz.
Speaker 19 is not on the line.
Speaker 20, Esri Boehm.
Hello?
Hi, is that Esri?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Great. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver, please, or not?
Yes, I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Great. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned about the proposed rezoning at 1745 West 8th Avenue and what it says about the city's approach to housing. Vancouver is facing a housing crisis. People are struggling to find homes that they can afford, renters are facing increasing costs, and many residents are worried about whether they will be able to remain in the city long term. Because of that, I believe that when council approves major increases in height and density, there should be a clear and substantial public benefit. What concerns me about this proposal is that it remains heavily weighted towards market condominium development. While the project includes social housing and childcare space, the revised proposal increases the number of market condominium units while reducing the number of social housing units. That raises an important question. If the project is getting larger, why is the amount of non-market housing getting smaller? This is an issue to me just because I am a renter in Vancouver and housing costs have become one of the biggest pressures in my life. Every year it feels harder to stay in the city, even though this is where my job, my friends, and my community are. I've had moments where I'm seriously worried about whether I'll be able to renew my lease or whether I'll be forced to move further away just to find something I can afford. Even small rent increases make a big difference when wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. I've also had to make changes in my life to manage costs by being more careful with spending, building savings goals, and adjusting my expectations about what kind of housing I can realistically access in the city. What worries me most is that this doesn't feel temporary anymore. It feels like a long-term trend where staying in Vancouver is becoming harder unless you already have a lot of financial security. I pay attention to decisions like this because they directly shape whether people like me can continue living here or not. In addition to this, many people I know have had to leave the city because of rising costs, and I'm watching people I know from university not be able to stay in the city or pursue careers here because the city is so expensive. I understand that Vancouver needs more housing. However, not all housing addresses the crisis in the same way. The housing shortage facing working people, students, seniors, families, and low-income residents is not primarily a shortage of luxury condominiums. It's a shortage of housing that people can actually afford. When council approves projects of this scale, residents should expect a significant public benefit in return. I'm concerned that this proposal dramatically increases height and density while delivering a relatively limited amount of non-market housing compared to the overall size of the project. I would ask council, why does the revised proposal contain fewer social housing units than the previous version? Why is the number of market condominiums increasing while the number of social housing units is decreasing? Does the revised project meet the city's stated social housing objectives? How does this proposal help address Vancouver's affordability crisis? What guarantees exist that the social housing component will remain a meaningful part of the project? If additional density is granted, why isn't more non-market housing being secured? I believe that growth should serve the people who need housing the most. If council is going to approve taller buildings and increase density, the public should see substantial, affordable, and non-market housing benefits in return. I urge council to carefully consider whether this proposal achieves that balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 21, Abdurrahman Warsami.
Speaker 21 is not on the line.
Speaker 22, Catherine Bell.
Speaker 22 is not on the line.
Speaker 23, Reese Delios.
Hello?
Hi, is that Reese?
Yes, this is Reese.
Hi, Reese. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, I live in Vancouver.
Okay, please go ahead with your comments.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Again, my name is Reese and I live in the west end of Vancouver's downtown core. I'm speaking today because I'm concerned about the proposed rezoning at 1745 West 8th Avenue and what it's saying about the city's approach to housing. Vancouver is facing a housing crisis and people are struggling to find homes that they can afford. Renters are facing increasing costs and many residents are worried about whether they will be able to remain in the city long term. Because of that, I believe that when council approves major increases in height and density, there should be a clear and substantial public benefit. What concerns me about this proposal is that it remains heavily weighted towards market condominium development. And while the project includes social housing and childcare space, the revised proposal increases the amount of market condominium units while reducing the number of social housing units. That raises the question for me: if the project is getting larger, why is the amount of non-market housing not also increasing alongside of it? This issue matters to me because I'm a renter in Vancouver, and housing costs have become one of the biggest pressures in my life and in the life of everybody that I know who rents. Every year it feels harder to stay in the city, even though it's where I work, where my friends are, and where I have community. These are moments that I've had moments where I've seriously worried about whether I'll be able to renew my lease, whether I'll be forced to move farther away, just to find a place that I can afford. Even small rent increases are making a really big difference when wages are not keeping up with the cost of living. I've also had to make many, many changes in my life in order to manage costs by being more careful with spending, delaying my savings goals, and adjusting my expectations about what kind of housing I can realistically access in this city. What worries me most is that this is no longer feeling temporary. It feels like a long-term trend where staying in Vancouver is becoming harder unless you already have a lot of financial security. I pay attention to decisions like these because they are directly shaping whether people like me and my community can continue to live here in Vancouver. I understand that it is really important that Vancouver gets more housing. However, it's clear that not all housing is addressing the housing crisis in the same way. The housing shortage facing working people, students, seniors, family, and low-income residents is not primarily a shortage of luxury condominiums, but rather a shortage of housing that we can actually afford. When council approves projects of this scale, residents should expect a significant public benefit in return, and I'm concerned that this proposal dramatically increases height and density while delivering a relatively limited amount of non-market housing compared to the overall size of the project. Questions that I would hope that council thinks about when making a decision is: why does the revised proposal contain fewer social housing units than the previous version, and why is the number of market condominiums increasing while the number of social housing units is decreasing? And why does the revised project meet the city's stated social housing objectives? How does this proposal help address Vancouver's affordability crisis, and what guarantees exist that the social housing component will remain a meaningful part of the project? If additional density is being granted, why isn't more non-market housing being secured? And what messages is sending to other developers regarding the needs of the city in terms of social market housing and what they are allowed to do with that? I believe that growth should serve the people who need housing the most, and if council is going to approve taller buildings with increased density, the public should see substantial, affordable, and non-market housing benefits in return. I urge council to carefully consider whether this proposal achieves that balance. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 24, Sean Lervold.
Speaker 24 is not on the line.
Speaker 25, Christina Figueroa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Council. As you just said, my name is Christina, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed rezoning at 1745 West 8th Avenue. I believe this application highlights a growing problem in Vancouver's planning approach. We are increasingly being asked to accept enormous increases in height and density on the promise that some public benefits will be delivered alongside them. In this specific case, council is being asked to approve 2 stories reaching 29 and 31 stories, increase the allowable density from 3.0 FSR to 8.56 FSR, and amend the official development plan itself. These are significant changes that deserve careful scrutiny. The central question is not whether housing is needed. We all know Vancouver needs housing. The question is whether every proposal that includes housing should automatically be approved, regardless of its scale, regardless of how dramatically it departs from existing policy, and regardless of whether it meaningfully addresses affordability, The reality is that the vast majority of units in this project will be strata homes sold on the private market. In Vancouver, market strata housing is often priced beyond the reach of many residents, including renters, young families, essential workers, and even more professionals. Many professionals. We are repeatedly told that adding market housing will improve affordability, yet year after year, housing costs continue to rise. Residents are being asked to accept larger buildings, increased density, and significant changes to their neighborhoods while seeing little improvement in their own ability to afford a home. This proposal also raises concerns about the incremental erosion of long-term planning. Official development plans are intended to guide growth and provide certainty. When major amendments become commonplace, planning begins to feel reactive rather than strategic. Residents participate in planning processes because they believe the resulting policies will guide future development. If those policies can be substantially altered project by project, public trust in the planning process is significantly weakened. I am also concerned about infrastructure and livability. Hundreds of additional households will place increased demands on transportation networks, parks, public spaces, community facilities, schools, and utilities. While the project includes a child care facility, council should ask whether the broader impacts of this scale of growth have been fully addressed. Growth should not be simply measured in the number of units produced. It should also be measured in the quality of life created for current and future residents. Vancouver deserves housing solutions that are affordable, thoughtful, and aligned with long-term planning objectives. Approving ever taller towers and ever greater density bonuses is not by itself a housing strategy. For these reasons, I urge Council to reject this rezoning application and instead pursue housing policies that deliver genuine affordability while respecting the integrity of the city's planning framework. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Speaker number 26 is Sam Carroll.
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Speaker 27, Aidan Hannigan.
Hello?
Hi, Aidan. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a resident in the West End, and I'm calling about the development on West 8th. Speaking and opposing the proposal. For years, residents, we've been told that approving larger and larger developments will eventually make housing affordable, yet rents, they continue to rise. Home ownership continues to move further out of reach, and working people continue to be pushed out of the city. This proposal, I believe, follows that same pattern. The project, it delivers a substantial amount of new market housing while only a limited portion is secured as social housing. The result is a development that will generate significant value for the developer, but provides far less certainty that it will create meaningful affordability for the people who are struggling most. The question before Council should not simply be whether this project adds housing, but whether it adds the kind of housing Vancouver desperately needs. Teachers, healthcare workers, tradespeople, and artists, and young families and longtime residents are all finding it harder to remain in Vancouver. Many of these residents earn too much to qualify for deeply subsidized housing, but far too little to afford newly built market-rate homes. This project does little to address that gap. We are repeatedly told that private development will solve the affordability crisis, yet the affordability crisis has continued to worsen during one of the largest development booms in Vancouver's history. More luxury and market housing is not translated into affordable housing for ordinary residents. If Council is prepared to grant significant increase in height, density, and land value, then the public should receive a stronger public benefit in return. That should mean a substantially larger proportion of permanently affordable housing, not simply the minimum amount necessary to make the project acceptable.
Public policy should be guided by the needs of residents, not by what maximizes returns for developers. Vancouver's housing crisis is not primarily a shortage of investment opportunities. It is a shortage of homes that ordinary people can't afford. Council has an opportunity to send a clear message that future rezonings must deliver real affordability. Until this proposal contains a significantly greater commitment to permanently affordable housing, I personally don't believe it serves the public interest. I urge Council to reject this application in its current form and require a proposal that puts affordability first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker 28, Kira Harkins.
Hello?
Hi, Kira. Can you advise if you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am calling in opposition of the proposed rezoning at 1745 West 8th. I'm not pretending to be an expert on policy, but when council approves major increases in height and density, I believe that there should be a clear public benefit, especially when those approvals are being justified as part of the solution to the affordability crisis. This matters to me because I'm a renter in Vancouver, and housing affordability has become one of the biggest pressures in my life. I'm not disagreeing that we need more housing. Where my concern lies is City Council considering building more housing that the average person cannot afford. Sure, it's great to have benefits of childcare and so-called below-market housing, but at what cost? Is housing really our priority here when residents are, screaming that we don't want more low-quality high-rises? I've lived all over this city in Mount Pleasant, downtown, Commercial, Fairview. I've spent years moving wherever I could make the numbers work. At one point, that meant living in a basement suite that was literally growing mushrooms in the bathroom. I put up with abhorrent landlords who don't see me as a person, but as a means to pay their mortgage. As a young person in tens of thousands of dollars of student debt, I've had to let go of the faraway dream of owning my own home in the city that I was born in. When people talk about the housing crisis, I don't think about statistics. I think about what it feels like to be forced to keep lowering standards, paying more every year, and still wondering how long I'll be able to stay in this city that I call home. Like many people my age, I grew up hearing that if I worked hard, got an education, found stable employment, and contributed to my community, I'd be able to build a future for myself. I did those things. I went to school, I work hard, I contribute to my community, and yet despite doing everything I was told that would lead to stability, it feels like housing in Vancouver becomes less attainable every year. I look around the city and I see cranes, towers, and those blue development signs everywhere. I see neighborhoods changing rapidly, but I don't see those changes making it easier for ordinary people like myself and my loved ones to stay here. I understand change is a necessary and unstoppable force, but it's frustrating to watch the city grow and change while feeling like those changes are not being made for people like me. I've heard Vancouver described as a city that destroys itself, and that has never felt more accurate. We celebrate Vancouver as a city of arts, culture, innovation, and environmental leadership. Yet the people that create culture, drive that innovation, and advocate for a more sustainable future are increasingly being priced out. There's a growing contradiction between the values that we promote and the reality that many residents experience. If artists, young people, educators, service workers, and community builders can't afford to stay, then we risk losing the very character that makes Vancouver worth living in. I've watched people in my life get pushed out of Vancouver altogether. Friends I went to school with, coworkers, people who genuinely wanted to build their lives here, have left because they could no longer afford to stay. These aren't people who didn't work hard enough. They are people who did exactly what society asked of them and still found themselves priced out. Others remain in the region but are forced farther and farther away from where they work, study, and spend time with their communities. That means longer commutes, higher transportation costs, and less time for family, friends, and regular life. After seeing that happen repeatedly, it becomes difficult not to view housing decisions through that lens.
Every rezoning decision shapes who gets to remain in Vancouver and who gets pushed out. That's why I'm concerned when I see a proposal that increases the amount of market housing while reducing the amount of social housing. The affordability crisis facing Vancouver is not a shortage of luxury condos. It's a shortage of housing that ordinary people can afford. If council is granting substantial additional heightened density, I believe residents have a right to expect meaningful affordability benefits in return. I hear your reasonings, and maybe logistically that makes perfect sense to you, but I would ask council to consider, as humans who live, love, and play in Vancouver, does this compromise really benefit the people who are forced to live here with these decisions? Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. Speaker 29, Matthew Bradley.
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
Speaker 30, Janet Budd.
Speaker 30 is not on the line.
31, Naska Spasic.
Speaker 31 is not on the line.
32, Robert Bader.
Speaker 32 is not on the line.
33, Richard Reddy.
Speaker 33 is not on the line.
Speaker 34, Kathy Hojajat. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing this.
Hojachka.
Thank you.
That's it.
Hojachka. Go ahead. Thanks.
I'm here. Thank you, everybody, for staying late tonight. All right. I kind of have a couple things I want to talk about. First of all, I am the person who emailed all of you last night to inform you that some of the support comments in your online agenda are fake. They're from a spam or bot account. The name is Bruce Means. If you can somehow direct your city clerk with the assistance of your IT department to somehow remove those, I think it would be more transparent and clear to see who's supporting and who is not. And I appreciate a few of the council members who responded to me. Thank you very much for that. For the rest of this proposal, the city clerk, I think you were asking people, I just got on the line, if I live in the city, and my response to that is I do. I love the city. I've lived here a while. I live, play, work, run a business in the city. I do not support this rezoning, even though I am in favor of the live-work space and the child care space. I do not support the density, the small unit sizes. Quite honestly, I don't support the mixed living because there are multiple real-world examples that this is not going to work for whoever ends up owning it. And what that means when it doesn't work is that whoever owns it will come back to the city and ask for more favors. I don't support the height, and I'm not even sure I support the requirement for this rezoning. I have a 4 or 5 page document that I sent to the city that I don't really want to repeat. And I'm sure everybody who's been on the line has been able to reiterate things like, you know, the density is too much. On this reapplication, the consequences of everything got worse. There's higher buildings. There's more strata units. There's fewer social housings. There are fewer childcare spaces. There's more density and there's more height. But I guess what I don't really want to talk about that. I want to talk about decision making and how council goes about trying to figure out how to solve good problems for the city. How do you solve for the affordability crisis while still ensuring that developers are going to be there? How do you ensure that something can be affordable and still livable and sustainable? What are the trade-offs you're looking for? I think those are the challenges that are before you, and it must be upsetting to some degree, especially for some people who are on council for a shorter period of time to be in this position, because consecutive councils over the last multitude of years have essentially increased land prices to the point that developers want, or will say that they require a certain return, and that, but at the same time, for people who are renting or buying, because it would be great for a lot of renters to have the hope that they can purchase something in the future, and they will have that stability to live in the city. It must be challenging to be in that situation. I'm not sure what the right answer is. I've looked at a lot of metrics. I've sent you guys lots of stuff over the years. I have to say, I'm disappointed by Amacon's projections and that they purchased this building, this property, actually, not a building, but the property from Delta. And I think they overpaid for it, and then they instantly came back to the city. I've agreed with, I think, the previous speaker, because I haven't heard much tonight, that the public benefits need to support what we're getting. And I'm a little bit concerned that I don't necessarily want that we have to give away height for a few public benefits. The public benefit plus the public cost is incredible. And by the way, I want to point out something else. There's been a multitude of rezoning changes within Vancouver. The ODP, the Broadway plan, city planning for the last 10 to 15 years. Yet it's interesting that
Kathy,
a lot of the other...
Kathy,
yep.
that is your time, and we do need to be fair to everybody. Thank you for speaking.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Okay, Will Marie, speaker 35, Will Marie Ayog.
Speaker 35 is not on the line.
Speaker 36, Haley Roy.
Speaker 36 is not on the line.
Speaker 37, Matthew DeMarchi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Awesome. Okay, 1 second. So I just want to, again, thank you to council and the mayor for considering our opinions tonight. I know it's a late night, but yeah, I always want to thank you guys for listening and considering everything we have to say. That said, I am opposed to this proposal for the reasons many have brought up. This doesn't do enough for affordable housing, and the decrease in the amount of affordable housing is really kind of hurtful in a city where, we're really starving for, developers to buy in on making the city more affordable for the people that want to live here. With all that said, I don't want to talk really about that anymore. I want to talk about the unit mix. In the social housing component, there are very few 3-bedroom units proposed. My understanding is less than 20% of the affordable housing component of this building will be 3 bedrooms. This is not very good for families. Families need affordable 3-bedroom units, and it's not fair to short working families on the 3-bedroom homes. So I think that's kind of unfair. When considering the building, in total, only about 13% of the building is 3 bedrooms. That is really, not a lot of 3-bedroom units. Families need 3 bedrooms, even if they only have 1 kid. We need to make Vancouver more family friendly. Families are moving away, to faraway places like Langley and Maple Ridge because developers are building too many bachelor suites and small spaces in Vancouver. If families do end up staying in Vancouver, they're squeezing into smaller and smaller spaces. There are families of 3 and 4 people staying in 1-bedroom homes, in basement suites and things like that. And I think, council needs to really be the voice of families in the city. And we want more families to be able to move here. We want more kids for our kids to play with. But until we can have an abundance of 3-bedroom units, families will continue to move to the suburbs. Because as we've heard on the phone, so many people work in the city and used to live here in the city, but have had to move out to the suburbs because they can't afford Vancouver. I really urge council to reject this proposal and work with the developer to deliver more affordable homes and more 3-bedroom homes. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. You too. Okay. Speaker 38, Lovepreet Kaur.
Speaker 38 is not on the line.
Okay, so at this point, if there are any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. I'm not seeing any, and Clerk, I will ask if we have any additional speakers on the line.
Chair, we have one additional caller, phone number ending 8170.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, if you can identify yourself, please, and if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Yes, I am actually from the same block. My name is Gabriel Cheng.
Okay, please go ahead.
So, as mentioned, I live in the same block, and I'm going to give another perspective. I think I agree with all the speakers. But I'm going to say what's my experience here. So, I wake up every morning to the same sweet trees, the same rooftop gardens on the building next door, the same green pathways between buildings that my neighbors walk through daily. I'm not here to oppose development, by the way. I'm here because what is being proposed will permanently change the quality of life for everyone on this block. And I believe this council just deserves to make the decision with the full picture in front of it. Right now, it does not have that picture. 2 towers of 31 and 29 stories, 104 meters, in a neighborhood where every surrounding building is 8 to 12 stories. The floor space ratio goes from 3 to 8.56. That is nearly 3 times the current zone entitlement. That land value uplift goes to the developer. The shadow goes to the neighborhood. The community benefits offer in return, 98 social housing units and 37 space childcare, are welcome, for sure. But they do not require towers of this height. They could be delivered at 10 or 14 stories, at a fraction of the impact. Additional height serves one purpose, only profit. Vancouver's shadow policy, on examples, impacts from 10 a.m. onwards. On the spring equinox, the sun rises at 7:16 a.m., nearly 3 hours before the analysis starts. In the summer, sun rises at 5:07 a.m. That is almost 5 hours of morning light, hours when people are awake outside in their homes, that no developer is required to study and no resident can formally challenge. The Canadian Mental Health Association has documented that reduced sunlight disproportionately causes seasonal affective disorder in overcast northern cities. Those unanalyzed morning hours are not a technical footnote. They are the hours that matter most to the people who live here. Burrard Slope Park, a 1-hectare public park that the park board approved just 6 weeks ago, with construction starting in 2027, falls outside the protection window entirely. That park could be in permanent shadows before a single resident sets foot in it. So, this is not downtown. The area around West 8th Avenue is characterized by mature sweet trees, rooftop gardens, and green corridors between buildings. Vancouver's own urban forestry strategy, approved by Park Board in May 2025, described trees as the city's hardest working infrastructure, and explicitly called on council to minimize the loss of urban trees when approving rezoning. 104 meters tower casting permanent shade on this block is not consistent with that commitment. Beyond the trees, buildings that lose morning sunlight in Vancouver's wet climate accumulate moisture in ways that affect air quality and building health, and attract the pests that already are documented problem in this corridor. I also want to raise something that this room cannot easily answer, but I think deserves to be said. Residents receive postcards, we write submissions, we speak for a few minutes, and the council votes. What we cannot know is what has been discussed outside this room, between developers and officials who decide whether their projects are approved. I'm not making an accusation, by the way, but I'm asking, where's the transparency mechanism that gives the public confidence that a near tripling of density worth tens of millions in land value to a developer is being decided fully on planning merits? I have submitted this concern formally to the city's Auditor General. I think it's a question Vancouver needs to answer. So this is not just about one building. If this is approved, it sets a template. Every developer in Broadway Corridor will learn the formula. Add a childcare, add a small percentage of affordable units, and you unlock towers of any height. Affordability becomes an excuse, not the goal. Vancouver is a city with the talent, the land, and the public mandate to do better than that. It could be one of the most livable cities on the planet, but only if affordability is the starting point, not a condition for it in the developer's application to justify what they were going to build anyway. So I'm asking the council to reject this application in its current form. We require a building in the range of 10 to 14 stories. Extend the shadows analysis window to 8 a.m., maybe even further, and start a real conversation about whether the standards the city uses to protect its residents are fit for purpose in 2026. Not because the rules requires it, because the people who live here deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerks, do we have any final speakers on the line?
There are no further speakers on the line.
Okay, I'll make my third and final call for speakers. The number once again is 1-833-353-8610, followed by the participant code 1061445#. Before close of the speakers list, that phone number is on X and displayed during the recess. We will now take a 2-minute recess to allow any final speakers to call in or come forward, and we will return at 10:36. Welcome back. We will, Clerk, just checking in. Do we have any final speakers that have joined?
We have one additional caller, Chair Gerard Tremblay, who is a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, great. Gerard, you can go ahead and provide your comments now.
Hello and good evening. I know it is quite late. My name is Gerard. I live in Kitsilano, relatively close to the proposed development. And I just do not quite understand some of the things that I see on here. Like, why are we allowing a developer to break the law? Or not break the law, but why do they come to us and request, like, or make an special exemption from why, for me? Like, just let us do 17% this time. And, in Montreal, you usually have to pay a lot of money to your local mayor or city councilor to get that sort of thing, but it seems like we just vote on it here.
Gerard. If you have a device running in the background, you can turn off. That'd be helpful. I'm just going to caution you away from making. Do you have a device running in the background? Because if so, you'll need to turn that off to avoid the echo. But I'm going to caution you for making any libelous comments about mayor and council, and ask you to direct your comments specifically to the specifics of the application, please.
Okay, what I do not like about this is that essentially we are letting Amica know, whoever it is, they are allowed to skirt the rule if we approve this. And no, I was not saying anything about you guys. I'm just saying where I come from. this sort of thing is, well, anyway. And I would ask that you consider what it looks like to some of the people in the neighborhood. It's like this giant thing is going to go up. Well, we all live in 3-story walk up and, single family home, and it is going to be very strange and jarring. I don't know this word in English. I think it means like it is very different from what we're used to. And if you could essentially, I just don't know where we are going to. I do not know how this is going to help our neighborhood. I do not know how to express it better than that. I think we've had a lot of development in Vancouver. Some of it has gone very well. Some of it has not gone very well, and some of it has not helped anyone. And then this is very strange, very strange. And I don't know why we are considering letting them break the rules on the social housing. Honestly, I think that is all I have to say on it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thanks for calling in. Okay, everybody. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not been.
Okay. Seeing that there are no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. And I will remind Council that closing comments, additional questions to staff, and debate and decision have been referred as unfinished business to the Council meeting following the Standing Committee of Wednesday, June 3rd, beginning at 9:30 a.m. and taking place electronically, as well as here in the Council chamber. And also will remind Council it's important you not engage in any discussion or correspondence regarding the application. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Councillor Montague. Moved by Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Meisner. All in favor? And I am assuming none opposed. Thank you, everybody, and thank you, staff, for hanging in there. That's it. Good night, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, clerks.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.